Hello everybody, this is Amir from Potent News. Let's talk about what's going on in Syria. Maybe not so much what's happening up to the minute uh, or the most recent stuff. The most recent thing I saw is this. Images of Syria's opposition flag raised at the embassy in Russia. The three-starred flag of the Syrian rebel group has been installed over the Syrian embassy building in Moscow. So I can't be everywhere at once, but I'll tell you this. Uh, I was born in the capital of Syria, and I grew up in Ottawa here in Canada, but uh, I did visit Syria a couple times, and I do have in my natal chart um, a lot of Aries degrees. Now, right now, the moon is in Aries, and Aries is ruled by Mars, which is connected to war. So because of that, and because of the fact that I got an Aries, one of the Aries degrees I got is my sun sign, which is part of a fixed grand cross, which overlaps with a kite pattern and a wedge. Uh, so although I don't have anything particularly in the sign of Aries, which is ruled by Mars, which is war, that kite pattern I just mentioned involves Mars being at a really crucial spot, playing a really crucial role. So you'll have to forgive me for not being able to cover the uh, Mars retrograde as much as I wanted. This is the Mars retrograde station, but this is exactly the situation with Syria. Is that Mars, which is war, and a planet that goes retrograde, meaning becomes foggy and having to be in rewind mode and reanalyzing and reconfiguring and stuff like that, where a lot of past tensions come to the surface and things like that. Um, that hold on, let me just have some coffee here. The Mars is retrograde the last month of 2024 and the first 2 months of 2025. 2025 itself is related to Mars and Pluto energy, because the number 9 is connected to Mars and Pluto, and 9 is what you get for this year, because 2 plus 0 plus 2 plus 5 is 9, and so that means everything that's been building since 2017 is culminating in 2025, and then 2026 will be when the cycle restarts. This is extremely crucial to understand for the context of everything going on in Syria. It's extremely crucial because what we are in now is a universal year 8, and that is all about karma and reality checks, and 8 is connected to Saturn, which rules Capricorn, so a lot of things to do with boundaries and borders is what this year is all about. Excuse me. Furthermore, if you look at like even this Sykes-Picot agreement, right? That has a value of 71. If you use numerology to try to get a numerical value of a word, you find that Sykes-Picot agreement is number 1. So what is that? I'm not pretending to be an expert on history of everything and stuff, but this goes back to the French control of Syria, this Sykes-Picot agreement, and it involves this number 23, which I'll come back to later in the presentation, because that number 23 is what I had my eye on for like months. I'm pretty sure it was months, uh, something like that, and even what it's called, this number 23 is the royal star of the lion, according to professionalnumerology.com. The Chaldean numerology defines 23 as that. Uh, According to numerologistpro.com, the 23 is also one of the most powerful numbers. Here you see the highest vibration of all numbers, giving abundance and protection. And on the negative side, it's unaccountable and happy-go-lucky, weasels its way out of responsibility, entitled and lazy because it always gets its way, and taking shortcuts and whatever. But on the positive side, it's those protected by the 5 elements, alchemical and magical powers, abundance, success, large networks, and good luck. So this is the stuff I'll come back to later, but for now, what I'm trying to say is, well, initially I was trying to say that we're in a number 8 year, and the word Syria actually does have a numerical value of 8, if I remember correctly, in the Chaldean cipher. Yeah, so the same cipher that I just showed you, Sykes-Picot agreement, was 8. The word Syria is 8 also. So again, that's tying Syria to the energy of Universal Year 8. It's that number 8 is what goes around comes around. It's the infinity symbol. It's karma, and it's connected to Saturn, and Saturn is the traditional ruler of Capricorn and Aquarius. Now, Capricorn is the CEO, Army General, Gang Leader, but Aquarius is the mad scientist, and is also the good of the group. And this is a fake picture, it's AI art that I made, but this is basically the size of the pro-Palestinian protests, some of which that I saw in the last year. Maybe they're not so much happening these days, but when people were all fired up about that, that's what it was like. And that's because Aquarius is about the good of the group. Now, we are entering number 9 year. 9 is connected to Pluto and Mars. And one sec. Close that window, goddamn, this country's cold. So we're approaching a number 9 year. Okay, Netanyahu is a life path 9. 9 is connected to Mars and Pluto. In fact, I should pull up my physical notes now to get to be as firm as I can be with drilling this into your brain, because this is the what we just saw was the end of the Syrian regime, the Assad regime, and Assad means lion, and even Bashar al-Assad's father was named Hafiz al-Assad. He had lion in his name too. And I think this here in Syria's birth, or one of the charts. I got this from Astrology King. I saved it from his article, just sort of skimmed over the article, but I haven't had time to look into this as much as I want. But what do you see? You see, look at that, 8, 8, 8. Part of fortune, Pluto, North Node in Leo, the 8th degree of Leo. And of course, the South Node is by default the opposite of the North Node, so it's also 8. But and in terms of the first day, is the first day of the first month, and the number 1 is connected to Leo and the Sun. What just happened? We just finished a number 1 month, November. The 29th, each of the zodiac signs have 30 degrees. Because there's 360 degrees in a circle, divided by 12 signs, you get 30 degrees each. So the 29th degree, if you look at it like the first 12 degrees are like the first 12 signs, and then the 13th degree is like the first sign again, and the 14th degree is the second sign again. That makes the 29th degree a Leo degree. So isn't it interesting? The Battle of Aleppo for 2024, November 29th to September 2nd. And this is not, you can't separate anything that's going on here from everything else. Like I said, Yahya Sinwar, I pointed to this out in a previous video, born October 29th. His name equals 27 in Chaldean. Just like Syria. Or not just like Syria, but the Chaldean, the Chaldean and the Pythagorean basically corroborate each other. I've put out information on that in the past. All reading systems are basically the same, and the Chaldean and Pythagorean, aka full reduction, are the most popular numerology systems. So it might as well have been also the Chaldean one. But look. Yeah, let me mute the ad. So, like, the point is, the number 9 is connected to Mars and Pluto energy. And even the word war equals 9 in Chaldean. And the word Iran equals 9 in Chaldean. And all this stuff about, like, the same day, very, very much around the time that hold on, like the French government collapsed, and this is what I'm saying about how everything's connected, because the French government and France used to control Syria, or was given via this Sykes-Picot agreement. Let me go back to that. Where is that here? By the way, the other thing I wanted to point out, which I pointed out here, the word Hamas attack, Yahya Sinwar was said to be the orchestrator of that, or one of the orchestrators of that. And of course, he died October 17th. He was killed then. I put out a video about that. And of course, that was during a lunar eclipse in Pisces, the sign of the martyr, and an Aries degree, 25th degree. Now, what did we just have? What video did I get sent yesterday? how does it relate to this Pisces energy, for example? Um, Pisces energy is Pisces is the 12th sign. The 12th house includes hospitals and jails and things like that, any place of seclusion. So here is a video of a prison break, supposedly, that I was sent, and it's not supposedly. That's what it is. Okay, and if this was, I'm not sure when this was recorded, but the moon stays in a sign for uh, uh, like approximately 2 or 3 days. So so you have right now the moon is in Aries, but only like the 5th degree of Aries. So basically, from um, where are we now? Here's that Pisces. All this until we got to there. This is Ottawa time, but the moon was in Pisces from December 7th, 4:49 a.m. Eastern Standard Time to December 9th, 8:38 a.m. And like I said, Pisces is connected to jails. And here is a jail. Let me pause the music.
خافوا يلا رح افتح لك بس لك سنة طلعوا يلا النسوان طلعوا لا تخافوا عمي لا تخافوا لا تخافوا سوار انتوا بوان طلعوا سوار يا اخي سوار طلعوا هدوا شوي انتوا من وين انتوا من وين طلعوا يلا سنوا بعد شوي يلا دقيقة لا تخافوا عمي لا تخافوا لا تخافي يا اختي لا تخافي بعد كبروا يلا عمي الشعب صارت لنا روحوا وين ما بدكم الله اكبر كبروا ليك الولد يا الله ليك الولد يا حرام ليك الولد يا حرام انتوا منين عمي؟ شو بدك اغراضك امانات يا اختي هلا وش امانات؟ انتوا منين عمي؟ هلا بطلع لك اياهم روحي هلا دقيقة تاخذيهم معي طلعوا الحمد لله على السلامة طلعوا روحوا الحمد لله على السلامة طلعوا وين بدكم تروحوا انتوا منين؟ اطلعي روحي دارية ما في حدا يلا رح نطالع لك اياه صفن هون شهر رح نطلع شو بدك؟ لك روحي يا عمي ما بدك هوية ما حدا بيقول لك شيء روحي لك ما بدك شيء روحي يا عمي روحي الله اكبر وعزة الله الله اكبر هلا رح طالع لكم اياهم رح طالع لكم اياهم لك روحي يا خالتي هلا ندورك على الامانات روحي يا خالتي روحي لك روحي يا عمي روحي يا عمي روحي لك لا تخافي ليش خايفة؟ لك راح بشار الاسد سقط ليش خايفة؟ جهنم سقط راح ما ضلش بالشار سقط هذا الدولة روحي بدنا نطلع العالم انا بحبس مش قادر اروح ما في شيء اطلعي لبرا روحي هلا اطلعي لبرا
حدا ينزل معي لهون يا شباب
انا نازل معكم
شباب حدا ينزل معي
شو بدكم عمي؟
بدنا ننزل لجوا
ليش؟ برا من هون دلنا على الطريق
هوياتنا مش
يا عمي والله ما بدك هوية روحي الله أكبر وين الله أكبر كبروا الله أكبر سقط أخو الشرموطة راح لحد طلعك لا تخاف كبروا طالعت لك اياهم كله طالعتهم ليكم برا النسوان طلعتهم راحوا ما ضل حدا لك النسوان طلعناهم يلا طلعوا وين هذا
So there you have it. So quite a time. It's quite a time in Syria, and let's put that music back on. So again, it's a lot to do with the number 9. If you go back to October 2024, that was the number 9 month. A lot of things happened that month that were related to war. The war stuff flared up a lot more that month. And you know, in the previous month, that was a number 8 month in a number 8 year. So that was a very karmic time. That was when people were more defining their boundaries and borders. And you know, since the word Capricorn and has the same numerical value as the word government, that's why that Saturn Capricorn energy really showed itself at that time. And that karmic nature of that number 8. For example, I interviewed Billboard Chris last year. I put out that video June 9th. There's another 9. Was that actually the same day that was... Let me see. Let me see the date here.
Maybe a little more of the trans or us here.
Yeah. So anyway, I'm not going to show that clip, but the point is, I interviewed him about he organized basically the largest anti-gender ideology protest in Canadian history at that time. I interviewed him. Fast forward to this number 8 month in the number 8 year, and he was traveling to Geneva, Switzerland, to speak before the UN Human Rights Council. So going from the where I saw him in the capital of the country I'm in, to basically the global government level, regardless of how fraught with bullshit the UN generally is, this is still speaks to quite how karmic this whole year is, no matter where you stand on any of these issues. And like I said, the word Syria equals 8 in Chaldean. So we're at the end of a number 8 year. So if that's why people have less of an excuse near the end of that year to not have gotten the reality checks. And here's another 29. Here, the 29th of September, 1923, France was assigned the League of Nations mandate of Syria, which included the territory of present-day Lebanon and Alexandretta, in addition to modern Syria. You know, Leo's the lion. Assad means lion. Like I said, even his father in power for 29 years, if this math is corrected here. Well, I mean, if I think I got this from the AI about the specific dates. I don't know, but it's probably correct. And yeah, so you know, even the Bashar al-Assad's date of birth, September 11th. That's a weird enough date in and of itself, right? Because of the September 11th attacks on the U.S., those false flag attacks. So that is what started this whole war on terror anyway, or ramped it up massively, and allowed governments everywhere to, you know, they all had this eternal war on terror now, and so even if you go to the 29 section of my database, and you will find that even the term axis of evil emerged on the January 29th via George W. Bush. everything that's going on, in my opinion, relates to this number so much, largely due to the fact that we experienced 6.5 months of a long-term planet being at the 29th degree. And that started in early May, and it was June, July, August, September, October. Well, I didn't do October for the annotations, but essentially, here's October, and then Pluto stops being retrograde. Remember, I said Pluto is connected to the number 9, and so is Mars. Well, it's interesting then that near the Mars retrograde that happens at the end of the number 8 year, as we approach the number 9 year, you have Mars retrograde but Pluto not retrograde, but Mars and Pluto are in the same category. Mars is a traditional ruler of Scorpio and Aries. Pluto is the modern ruler of Scorpio. The 13th degree is an Aries degree. The 13th tarot card is connected to Scorpio. So you should thank God that Pluto's not retrograde as we enter 2024, because Pluto's connected, or Pluto ever since November 19th entered that humanitarian oriented, mad scientist, innovative, next level scientific achievements oriented Aquarius. So now that's in there for 20 years. We got a taste of that earlier this year, 6 months or something like that. A smaller taste of that early 2023 for like 2 or 3 months. And now that transformation planet Pluto that's connected to the number 9, connected to 2025's energy, is now firmly in that mad scientist Aquarius. And I said that's November 19th. And let's take a look at what is sort of connected to that. And I'll maybe I should leave that tab open. Actually, I don't want to forget what was right here just now. Because the word Mars retrograde literally has a value of 72, which is 9, and 45, which is 9. And this regime's downfall happened really shortly after that Mars retrograde, which was around 6:30 or something like that p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Around that time, I mean, it's actually open here. It was 6:33 p.m. So, and the word Syria equals 27. That's 2 plus 7, which is 9. And November 27th was when the rebels launched their offensive. And then, by like I said, the Battle of Aleppo, in this universal month 2, happened on November 29th. It started at that time. And so I find it interesting that around the time that this stuff was happening, people were talking about France reopening their Notre Dame. And you see that, like I said, that Sykes-Picot agreement. Hold on, let me get back to the Syria section here. Right there. Like I said, it says here the primary negotiations leading to the agreement took place between the 23rd November 1915 and the 3rd of January 1916, on which date the British and French diplomats Mark Sykes and Francois Georges Picot initialed an agreed memorandum. The agreement was ratified by their respective governments on the 9th day and 16th day of May 1916. So there's that 9. Anything to do with Mars and warlike energy and the transformative Pluto energy is 9. This is what's really difficult about talking about any of this stuff, is that people are surprised but if you understand 9 is about completion, like the Russia and Ukraine war is coming to an end. That's completion. Okay, and so some people are wondering if Assad would come back to power. I somehow highly doubt it. Look, this is what I'm saying about you gotta look at things not black and white, because you're always gonna be confused if you do that. By the way, the word confused has the same numerical value as the word turkey. Maybe not if you spell it like that, but it was the different spelling. Let me find that. Turkey. It's Turkish backed rebels is what is largely what caused this to happen, and of course there was this today, tweeted by DD Geopolitics. Assad rejected a deal with the U.S. before his overthrow, the Washington Post reported. Before the Western-backed opposition advance in Syria, the Americans offered him to stop allowing Iran to use his territory for Hezbollah. In return, the U.S. promised a gradual lifting of sanctions against Syria. More fatal for Assad was his refusal to improve relations with Erdogan, who proposed normalizing ties with Damascus in exchange for restraining Kurdish groups and allowing the return of at least some Syrian refugees to the Republic. So a lot of this is because of Turkey, and what's interesting is the word Turkey has a numerical value of 20 in the Chaldean cipher, and so that neatly fits with the fact that we now are in a number 2 universal month. And that largely speaks to the fact that on the way to that number 2 universal month is when the ceasefire talk started. Even though it's always a pseudo ceasefire, it's always not really a ceasefire, but with these types of things. But at least it was talked about, and even this 60-day ceasefire involved UN Security Council resolution 1701. What's 1 plus 7 plus 0 plus 1 is 9, right? I remember I told you the word Iran equals 9, and here we just saw that the U.S. promised a gradual lifting of sanctions against Syria if Assad stopped allowing Iran to use his territory for Hezbollah. But I mean, what does that really mean? That really means stop caring about the genocide in Palestine. That's what that means. You think Hezbollah is just like doing this shit for fun? Like, no. No. This is, and especially when I saw the word Neptune has the same numerical value as the word Hezbollah. Whoops, I didn't spell that wrong, but there we go, better. The order of the letters is correct now. Okay, so Neptune equals 38 in Chaldean, and Hezbollah equals 38 in Chaldean. So again, that speaks to the 6.5 month period of what included first 4 months of this Neptune being at that Leo degree of Pisces, the sign that Neptune rules. So that's the last degree of the last sign. So that's a lot of lastness. Okay, I put out more about that in previous videos, but Neptune kind of mixes everything up and dissolves boundaries. So again, every single thing unfolding ends up having to do with that number. Here, even the stupid thing with Peanut the squirrel. Okay, like that, in my opinion. Okay, so Peanut equals 29 also, and there's that 23 again, right? For fuck's sake, it's starting to look like if I don't stick to the actual notes that I wrote here, that I'm not gonna have the energy to present this the proper way, because there's still a lot of things I want to say about the 23 and the 29, but I don't want to make this all about that, all about not showing you any clips at all of what's happening on the ground. So I want to find at least some more clips so we can keep this somewhat real. But the word, like some people may not have been following this because they could be forgiven because they were focused on the genocide in Palestine maybe, but this crazy shit with a so-called squirrel named Peanut that was held by his owner. Basically a guy in the US adopted a squirrel, and then the government came and killed that squirrel, and that squirrel, that guy named him Peanut, and the word peanut equals 29. So the thing that I think about when I see that is all the other weird ass stories that I've put in the category of animals in my brain database here. All these weird stories that have been popping up lately about animals. And the 18th tarot card is connected to Pisces, and I just told you Neptune was at the 29th degree of Pisces for 4 months. That is what comprised the 6.5 month period of non-stop boiling point energy that we got from long-term planets. And so a lot of these stories are related to animals because it was around Virgo season, and Virgo is related to animals, but maybe not all of them that I have here. And it's just like, one of them even, okay, they got a sea lion. There's lion right there. We're talking about all the lion stuff, right? Sea lion with netting embedded in his neck, sealing mouth shut, rescued in BC. And then this other thing, a man killed a mountain lion with a shovel. He says it was to protect his dog. Why give a shit about that story at all? Like, and it says like they even did an autopsy. They were going to do an autopsy on the lion, and they wanted to punish the man for killing the lion. Like, what the fuck? This is the kind of shit going on in the U.S. as they're watching Palestinians for a year be slaughtered in a modern Holocaust, or what you could call that, a modern Holocaust. And then one of these stories actually did involve Turkey. This one of these weird ass animal stories that involved the number 29 too. Apparently Turkey's parliament on July 29th made a law that was talking about euthanizing dogs, stray dogs, and that created an uproar at the time. People protested against that and whatever. So, and again, Turkey equals 20, and we are in universal month 2, and that is about kind of 1 step forward, 2 steps back, or it can be. And the 2, everyone's talking about now how Turkey is duplicitous, and they are, nobody can trust them anymore and stuff like that. Now, like when tensions in Syria started to grow, and by the way, this Mars retrograde, right? Anything, for fuck's sake, now the software crashed. Great. Okay. Let me see if I can stay on track even though if the software is crashing. This Mars retrograde Mars is war and conflict and passion and willpower and stamina and anger and bravery. Although Leo is also bravery, that's sun energy. But you know, since Mars is conflict, any kind of conflict that's starting around now, it's probably going to be fraught with complications. Probably not going to go according to plan. And like we're in a number 2 month right now. Remember, Assad means lion. This stuff happened around the flared up. What led to the downfall of the regime was the rebels launching their largest offensive in years, which was on the 27th day of November, which was a universal month 1, and 2 plus 7 is 9. Just like as I said, the word Syria equals 27 in the full reduction cipher. Just like their independence was on that, or one way of gauging that independence, I guess, this chosen date instead of the coup later or whatever. If we take this date, again, first day of the first month in 1944, that number 1 being connected to Leo energies, the Sun Leo energy. There being here significant transformative Leo energy. Pluto's transformation is in Leo. Part of fortune, getting fortune in the physical world, Leo. The North Node, putting yourself outside your comfort zone to get more out of this, more out of the situation. That's in Leo, and Leo's the opposite of Aquarius, and you got the fact that like, this is what I mean about not seeing things in black and white. The Western media the last many years have been kind of ignoring some components of the situation that were uncomfortable to acknowledge or whatever because of other situations, and I get that. I understand that the West, their protocol is whoever the enemy of the day is, let's go after that. Every day we're making a new enemy, just bombing the world all the time and all that kind of shit. So we don't want that to happen. So whenever a country like Syria becomes a target for that, then people want to be like, okay, well look, there's Brookings Institution, think tank that is funded by, or that has connected to it, like Raytheon and whatever, if I remember correctly. Brookings Institution, what I got in my brain database, connected to all this shit. So yeah, there's a military industrial complex. Yeah, it's a big machine. And is driven by, people who don't really give a shit about you for the most part. But they're able to get power in a situation or weasel their way into a situation hold on a sec. Let me just put this up here. Let me put something up here so I can. There we go. Let's put that up there. Alright, and I gotta take a piss soon, but I'm gonna try to finish this thought first. It's useless to see things in black and white. And I think people who think Assad will come back, I don't see that happening given that it's a number 9 year next year. And there's two things that are interesting about the fact that we went from a number 1 to a number 2. Right? 2 is heavily connected to that Turkey, and 1 and 2 are heavily connected to Syria, right? Like Assad born on the 11th, that's 2. and yet the word Assad means lion, which is Leo, which is ruled by the sun, which is connected to 1. So both of these months really overlap with that a lot. And the two could be connected to the ceasefire, so-called ceasefire, which came near the end of November, I think, between Israel and Lebanon, not Hezbollah, if I remember correctly. And and so what's happening is you got a 1-2-1-2. Just like last year, there was a 9 and then a 1 and then a 9 and then a 1 in terms of the universal month numbers. That's because the year changes when you get to January. So then instead of adding 2024 to the month number, you're adding, or instead of adding 2023 in the case of this one here, you're adding 2024. And then, so that makes it have a little hiccup. And then January you get to 9 again, and then it goes back to normal linear upward progression until you get to the next year, which because of the way the math works out, we get another hiccup here with 1-2-1-2. But that means also, to see that in the proper context, that this next one that's coming on January is in a number 9 year. Right? So that is about finishing things. And if I've been saying that if you haven't gotten the proper reality checks this year and enforce your boundaries properly and stuff like that, because a lot of people from the number 7 year, that year was about getting right spiritually. So if people didn't do that enough, then they're just going to be like floating around the next year and leaning on the people who are trying to do good work or are trying to do be ambitious or determined or be responsible or whatever. And then if you get to the end of the year and you find that people leaning on your shoulder was so draining, then now you know why you'll be that much more high strung on the number 9 year, because that's about completion. And if you didn't watch your boundaries enough for the number 8 year, then how are you going to complete? How are you going to not be in blaming mode? How are you not going to be in unrealistic mode? How are you going to not be in impractical mode or drama queen mode? All of these are negative number 9 attributes. And quite frankly, if you go to a numerologist pro and check their definition of number 9, you'll see what I mean about how warlike it is, because on the positive side, humanitarian, very masculine consciousness, strong will, straightforward and to the point, focused. On the negative side, angry, fanatic, choleric, short fuse, sudden action with no warning, overly competitive, dictatorial, my way or the highway. The end justifies the means. That's the energy we're coming up against. And the number 1 is about new things. And what happened in November? Was that when that new thing came out, this Oreshnik? Number 1's like beginnings and originality. Is that when this Oreshnik, the missile, the hypersonic missile, the hypersonic ballistic missile that Russia made emerged? Right? It was said to be the same power as a nuclear bomb, but without the radiation. A new super weapon kind of thing. And well, hey, look at that. Look at that, November 21st. Only a few days after that we got into that, settling into the 20 years of Pluto and Aquarius, that mad scientist Aquarius. Look at that. And look at the name Oreshnik. It's 45, which is 9. Look at that. And you got the 3, which is Jupiter. expansion. Jupiter and Venus. You know, even these Shahed drones, same thing. 27, 9, Mars, Pluto, if you spell it that way. Spell it this way, you still get that Uranus revolutionary energy. The drones are Aquarian kind of energy, and this is let me see if I can find some drone footage for you here of what happened. Let me see if that's in here. Okay, I gotta take a piss. I'll be back and I'll try to find that footage for you. Because that was a huge part of the downfall of the regime also, is that it's not just that, where is it, that this whole area here was like taken by the US and Trump. You know, back when Trump was like, don't worry, we got the oil, whatever. You know, Brian Berletic had the perfect clip about that. And you could just see in Trump's voice, like he's a fast talker. Yeah, don't worry, we got the oil. We've secured the oil. The oil is secure. We're going to take the oil. Everything's fine with the oil. We're going to steal all the oil. We're fucking thieves. We fucking do what the fuck we want. You fucking, everybody going to fucking listen to us. We're going to take the oil and fuck Syria and fuck everyone, and America rules. Like that's what he might as well have said with his Gemini ass, right? As I pointed out in a previous video, it was him, a Gemini, and another Gemini, Pierre Poilievre, who, around the time that Jupiter went retrograde in Gemini, they both suggested it'd be a good idea to bomb Iran's nuclear sites. And look at that, Jupiter retrograde in the 9th day, there's that 9 again, in the 21st degree, which is a Sagittarius degree. Sagittarius being ruled by Jupiter and being about faraway lands and foreign cultures and law. So, you know, and look at that, even when it stops, it's at an 11th degree, revolutionary Aquarius degree. At the 4th day, which is connected to Uranus, which rules Aquarius, and Saturn, that reality check energy. So no matter where you look, the fucking numbers will show what's going on, and that's I'm gonna take that piss now, but like, fucking goddamn it, man. Like, anyway, I'm gonna pause this now. All right, so there is the video of the drone. See that again? So that I mean, a lot of people were saying that the Syrian forces, how compromised they were, and how everything that happened over the years, like the taking of the oil and the sanctions, caused them to be paid like $40 per month for like a Syrian general, and that was ridiculous. And then also on top of that, these drones really played a large role, apparently. And so anything to do with these next level scientific achievements like drones is Aquarius energy. That's why you could put this in the category of the number 9 also. It's 9 is Mars and Pluto energy. Mars is transformation. So everything's transforming next year. And you got a taste of that in October. That was the number 9 month. in the same way that October 2023 was a number 8 month, which then foreshadowed the tone of 2024, right? Remember that October 7th was the Hamas attack, and fast forward to the number 9 month, for example, and that was the in October of the next year of 2024, and that was the anniversary of the Hamas attack. So that is the kind of coincidences I'm talking about, and yeah, given all these connections with the number 9 that I've pointed out, and I don't know if I mentioned also that the word the word Syria equals 29 in the keypad cipher. The word France equals 29. Everything else that's been going on. The word animals equals 29 in Jewish reduction, and 18 in Chaldean, and the 18 is the 18th tarot card, which is the moon, which has animals on it. So no matter what way you slice it, numbers end up playing a huge role. And what I have here in front of me is, just to sum it up, confirmations of 2025 being a number 9 universal year, which is Mars and Pluto energy. I already mentioned that the end of 2024 and the start of 2025 involve both Mars being retro. Okay, bear with me. There's some interruptions. All right, yeah. So, due to my moon in the 12th house, I'm very sensitive to my surroundings. So, anytime there's noise in the hallway, I get like brain farts, and I gotta pause it. But that's it. Anyway, more ads. And while I have it in my mind too, like all this stuff about the how peaceful the transition was. Yeah, sure, the two can be duplicitous and could be dishonest and stuff, and wimpy, but the two is also warm and peaceful. And I think you saw some of that warmth in the prison break video. If you want to tell me that most of the people you saw freed in that particular clip were not political prisoners, then I don't know what to say. But okay. Anyway, the point is, 2 is connected to the moon, which rules Cancer, which is very much about the home and the family and the ancestors. So you can see from this clip that I'll show you later, maybe. Hold on. Yeah, relatives of those. Yeah, let's show it now so I can go, then smoke some weed and then show you the rest of what I have here, which is confirmations that we're entering a number 9 year. So yeah, let's do that. And yeah, again, I'm showing this just to try to drive it home to people that it's a time of transformation. It's a time of completion, and 9 is humanitarian, and that means you got to be humanitarian about everybody, and you got to hear people out if they have family in a Syrian prison, and how they feel about that. Okay, because this Pluto and Aquarius energy that is about the good of the group and next level scientific achievements, I would be willing to bet that if Pluto did not already give us tastes of Aquarius, that the International Criminal Court would not have wanted to arrest Netanyahu and Gallant, the ex defense minister, I believe it was. And they would not have, you would not have had a situation whereby a country like South Africa would come rise up and challenge Israel at the International Court of Justice, and they did that, and I'm pretty sure they won, or at least the ICJ sided with the Palestinians significantly. So people now, they're also more talking about less U.S. hegemony, or at least they don't want that, and they're talking about how Russia and China don't need to use the U.S. dollar with each other anymore as much, and things like that, and the rise of BRICS, and whatever you want to say about BRICS, this multipolarity fits with the number 9. So anyway, like I said, 9 is about the last number, 10 is 1 plus 0, which is 1, so 9 is about seeing things from kind of a bird's eye view, and treating everybody fairly. So let's listen to this, even though it's from BBC, even though think tanks like Brookings Institution were involved in trying to take advantage of and take down Syria, and like Brian Berletic also pointed out, the Path to Persia policy paper, against Iran, and that everything the military-industrial complex, or at least U.S. foreign policy or something like that, has done since that policy paper was out, it pretty much fulfills everything that's in that. Yeah, there's all this stuff happening, but you also have to not forget that it's a weird situation to live in a country where the leader of that country is on every fucking building, and on like half of the fucking cars, like on the back of every fucking taxi, like anywhere you go you're gonna see this face. That's a cult of personality, okay? And that is, maybe that was ingrained because of all the Leo Aquarius energy, right? Aquarius and Pisces energy kind of lends itself to cults, maybe, and Aquarius is the group, so and Leo is about leadership, right? So yeah. All right, more noise in the hallway. Bear with me. All right. So, like I said, a lot of Leo energy. I want to look at this and dissect this a lot more right now, but it's not just the Leo energy from this Pluto and part of Fortune and North Node being at Leo at that karmic transformative 8th degree. Like, remember, Pluto is the modern ruler of Scorpio. Well, Scorpio is the 8th sign, so the 8th degree is a Scorpio degree. So you got Pluto in Leo at a Scorpio degree here, and other Leo degrees, the 5th degree, because the 5th sign is Leo. So you got Mars, the planet of war, in Leo. You got Uranus, the planet of revolution and liberation and inspiration, in the sign of Leo. Even this vertex is at the 13th degree, rising at the or maybe not the rising, but the tip of this yod pattern right here. They call this a finger of God. It's at the 13th degree. That's an Aries degree. Aries is ruled by Mars, which is connected to war. So it would be more of a yod if this moon was at the 13th degree, and the moon was pretty fast, so it's hard to estimate, it's hard to know with this, but So who knows? This might not have been a yod, I guess, per se, if this information is off about exactly when the birth of Syria was. So I'm gonna not try to stress this yod that much, but definitely the the the Leo energy being heavy there, from Pluto North Node and part of fortune, and then that being echoed over here with the planet of war and the planet of revolutions. And that is trining Neptune at the 4th degree, and that 4th degree is a Cancer degree, right? Cancer being ruled by the moon, which is connected to the number 2, which is the universal month we're in right now. So anyway, yeah, more noise in my hallway, so bear with me. Let me just pause this. Or maybe I'll get into, let's get into this clip. Let's watch this clip, and then hopefully by that time, if the noise in the hallway has not stopped, which you guys probably can't hear because the microphone's not that strong, but let's watch this, and then maybe just pause the video again for a 50,000th time. Freaking ads.
شكرا لله شكرا لله سقط الطاغية سقط الطاغية سقط الظالم. Why is she so emotional? شكرا لله.
Alright, let's make that big so you can see it.
شكرا لله سقط الطاغية سقط الطاغية سقط الظالم.
Hold on, I think I... One second. Alright, so after all these millions of interruptions I constantly get from the hallway, let's restart this.
Why is she so emotional? My cousin, my son, my family, all of them. In the sea. Sorry. Sorry. Yes. Where? In the prison. In the prison. In the prison.
بال 2014 كانت آخر زيارة قبل بكم شهر، و2014 قالوا لي إنه متوفي لهون لعتجي، أخوك إرهابي وتوفى لهون لعتجي، ما يكون شغل هون. أنا كنت أزور هون.
بس ليش جيت اليوم؟
جيت اليوم متأملة إني بلكي ألاقيه، ما راح أصدق كلام إنه متوفي. أنا من امبارح أنا هون.
Bir de abim hapiste 13 sene görmedim. Hapis açık. Bir bakacağım orada yaşıyor, yaşmıyor. Şimdi belli değil yani. Oraya gideceğim bakacağız. İnşallah yaşıyor.
طلع واحد من عنده قالوا لنا هو إنه بفرع الأحمر. رأى هاي الغرفة رقم 4 هيك قال لنا. والثاني
لما كان عمري 2 وهلا صار عمري 12. بتمنى انه ترجعوني اياه بخير سلامة. بتمنى ترجعوا لي اياه بالسلامة. والله مشتاق له كثير، ما ولا مرة سمعت صوته.
Yeah, so families trying to reunite, and that is the number 2 energy, the home and family, the mother. And that's...
Hey everyone, it's Tyler.
That's why this whole thing was, like, even if it was fraught with stuff like this, you know, and like deals, rejecting deals, not being sure what he wanted to do and stuff like that. I think some other people said he was like kind of wobbling. Well, that does kind of fit with as this stuff was heating up, right? Like as this stuff was heating up in Universal Month 1, near the end of that, like, and for fuck's sake, I just get too many thoughts. With my Mercury in Sagittarius, it's like fire energy that comes to my thoughts. I got my Uranus in Sagittarius also, so I'll burn myself out with what I want to say. And right now, that's not the best idea. With what do we got? What do we got? We just got over a Sun opposed Jupiter being most in our face right now as I record this. So that makes us more prone to burnout. And Mercury square Saturn, that speaks to friction between communication and the reality on the ground, right? At first, people thought Assad was that he fled, and then there was no proof of that, and then there was another instance where he did flee, and then eventually there was proof of that, and all that. So that's what comes to mind when you think about the Mercury square Saturn, and also the fact that we're in a Mercury retrograde. So information all around is foggy. This is Mercury retrograde is a time when people's false assumptions get corrected, but it happens pretty often. Here's how often: these gray areas here, like 3 times a year, and maybe a little bit of that 4th one right there at the top too there. But yeah, so that's when communication's foggy, and like I said, we should be glad that as we go into the year that's related to Mars and Pluto energy, we should be glad that only one of those is retrograde. There's a lot of other things that are also important here to bring up. Let me just get to that right now while I have it in front of me here. So I already mentioned 2 long-term planets, namely Saturn and Neptune, are going to be in 2025 going to the next sign. So right now Neptune's been in Pisces since 2011, and Saturn has been in Pisces since early 2023, I think in March, if I remember correctly, and Saturn stays in the sign for a couple years or so. So they're both going to enter Aries, which is ruled by Mars. They're going to do that in 2025. And this is the chart showing the retrogrades, meaning when that planet is foggy or in reanalyzing mode. This being the planet of order and structure, and this is the planet of intuition and fantasy and the dream world and interconnectedness and escapism. And it's also fortunate that Saturn, which is connected to 2024's energy, because 2024 is Universal Year 8, which is connected to Saturn, while Saturn's also not retrograde, and as we enter 2025. So there's also there's the Aries Libra nodal axis ends in January 2025. The mean node is January 29th, and the true node January 11th. But that 29 is interesting, given that the end of 2024, near the end, you're going to have that December 29th Chiron retrograde station. So Chiron's gonna stop being retrograde at that time. In Aries, Chiron's the wounded healer. It's been in Aries since like 2018 or something, and that means we're all wounded at being assertive or aggressive. But that Chiron will stop being in reanalysis mode and like licking your wounds a bit mode, or stuff like that, at December 29th, and it'll still be in Aries, but this will happen at the 19th degree, which is a Libra degree, and Libra is the opposite of Aries. So Libra's diplomacy, and Aries is being assertive and putting yourself first. So basically, it's fortunate that this Aries-Libra axis, which is related to the eclipses, and those eclipses come every 6 months, the solar and lunar eclipses. The pager attack in Lebanon happened at an eclipse. Pager attack. And of course, the word pager equals 29. And that happened September 17th and 18th. Tuesday is connected to Mars, and that's war, and Wednesday is connected to Mercury, and that's like information and communication. So there you have it. And that did happen very close to the partial lunar eclipse in Pisces. So these eclipses are crucial, and even when Yahya Sinwar, that was not an eclipse, but when he was killed in Gaza, that was only around a day away from a full moon in Aries, a day maximum, something like that. So full moon is culmination period, and Aries is, as we said, assertive and aggressive and war. And this particular full moon in Aries, I think it was at a Pisces, a partial lunar eclipse in Pisces at an Aries degree, and Pisces is the sign of the martyr, and this guy was very much seen as a martyr. So is that advertisement done now? Yeah. Okay. So this Aries Libra nodal axis, which is related to the eclipses, which stays in that axis, whatever axis it's in, for 18, 19 months, something like that. That kicked in the middle of 2023, and that's going to finish up in the first month of 2025, which is a number 9 year, which is connected to Mars, which is what rules the north node of that, which is what rules the sign that will stop being in, or okay, I'll say it like this. So bear with me here. So I'm trying to say the Aries Libra nodal axis is related to the eclipses, and so this this is a tension between putting yourself first versus being diplomatic. That's largely why there was eclipses around the Hamas attack, and or shortly after. It was either before or after. And this Libra energy, that's what Netanyahu has a lot of. He's got a lot of Aries Libra. He's got more of the Libra, a lot of planets and stuff there. Just like Putin also has a lot of high concentration of Libra energy. So it's not a surprise that they're both kind of in focus around now. But at any rate, the North Node Aries means we got to put ourselves outside our comfort zone by putting ourselves first, and the Libra South Node means that we can access diplomacy when we need it. That's something we mastered already, and we're gonna have to bounce back and forth between these, and that's an 18 or 19-month cycle, which is sort of tested by the eclipses, and those stop being in Aries Libra in January at a year that's related to Pluto and Mars does rule Aries. So in other words, these karmic lessons that we've been getting, right, and especially this here was again a full moon, not an eclipse, but the Pager attack was in September, and that was the number 8 month and the number 8 year, and 8 is karmic, and there you have a lunar eclipse, and the eclipse is karmic. So there you have it. And what's also happening is other confirmations of 2025 being a universal year 9, which is connected to Mars and Pluto energy, which basically means you can all expect more war unless you stop thinking in things in black and white and you do your transformations and whatever, and then we can come to a completion about something without being on that negative side of the ends justifies the means kind of thing, right? Because what's happening, it seems like the Russia draws red lines, and then the U.S. is like still thinking that they can. I forget who said this, but it's still thinking that they could win a nuclear war. Well, that's ridiculous. So nothing seems to work with the West, and they seem to keep wanting to encircle Russia and demonize Iran and all that. And I'm not saying if anybody's perfect, right? Like I'm trying to show you here. I just showed you a clip of people who were crying about their family members being let out of a Syrian prison, and meanwhile there is the fact that here, let me put this to Syria. And more specifically, the fall of the Assad regime. So you know, Bashar al-Assad and family are in Moscow. So that's what's up at this time. So I'm not trying to pick sides. That's my whole point with saying all this shit, is that we're with that number 9 energy. It's underlining the Pluto and Aquarius stuff, because 9 is connected to Pluto, and so I think a lot of people are underestimating quite how much that's leveling the playing field. But even if people are in general more talking about a multipolar world, and that's exactly what being humanitarian is all about. It's just nothing is ever that easy, right? Like you have it's like the neighbor above me is like wearing steel-toed boots or something like that, or just rock hard slippers. I don't know what's up with this person, but anyway, that's anyway. So what was I trying to show you here? Yeah, I was saying things are not black and white, and I was saying I'm saying like Russia is demonized. That's basically it. And there's a culture war and stuff like that too. Like Russia's the type of country to ban Pornhub, even if that was brief or whatever. I don't know how long that happened, but they're the type to be more traditional and be against the transgender surgeries and stuff like that. And even Georgia, which I think, where is my thing here? Even Georgia, you know, which there was that. There's the Georgia country, and in Georgia high school there was that shooting, right? That was in the Universal Month 8 and Universal Year 8. And it just so happens that this is all, the word Georgia has the same numerical value as the word border. And it just so happens that Georgia, the country, is basically on the border, really close to Russia. Here, let me see if I can open this without crashing the computer. So like color revolution stuff seems to be happening in Georgia, and I think somebody may have said Romania. Don't quote me on that. I can't be everywhere at once. And this whole month even started off with around the time that the France government supposedly collapsed. I heard stuff about martial law in South Korea also. I don't know how long that happened for or what's up with that. I can't be everywhere at once, but it does speak to how karmic this year is and how heavy it is. And so where is that? There we go, Georgia. So they are having quite the time. Right? And they also were the type to recently ban same-sex marriage, but also gender reassignment surgery. Like that's kind of, I think, the thing there that is more important to focus on here. You know, and you know, this was probably around the time that Pluto was you know, still grinding through the 29th degree of Capricorn, and Capricorn is about governments, and Pluto is about yeah, this was September 17th, and yeah, like I said, Pluto being in Capricorn, that's extremes in governments, and yeah, September 17th, it would have been right there. Also, would have been that eclipse. So anyway, I think I went over this stuff before. I want to stay brief here. I do have some shopping I got to do. I want to catch that store before it closes, and so I may have to cut this short. I don't know, but you know, it's another thing that popped up too. In this universal month too is Russia temporarily bans export of gold and silver scrap. So that is in line with the trends of number 8 being about Saturn energy, about limitations and borders and boundaries. So that's yet another thing, just like I pointed out before, China bans foreigners from adopting its children. Back in also that number 8 month and the number 8 year, and Italy passes law banning surrogacy abroad. The activists say target LGBTQ couples. So regardless of what you want to think about these things, the point is it's about defining boundaries in however way you define those. For me, like I said, I interviewed Billboard Chris, and I'm happy that he got to speak in front of the UN Human Rights Council about parents. I think the issue was about parents having their kids taken away from them because the parents don't want to go along with the idea of the surgery or giving them hormone blockers and stuff like that, which apparently does happen. I think it was Sweden, but don't quote me on that. I'm sure it happens I wouldn't be surprised if it happens in a lot of places, but it's weird times we're living in, right? But Russia has a lot of history, and it's very traditional because of that. China also has a kind of more historical mindset, and the West is just they have like a Clockwork Orange vibes in the streets, and that McDonald's, Pepsi, Coca-Cola, cookie cutter culture. No one really, like, there's been a lot of exposing about Hollywood and how highly corrupt that is and whatever, and how much pedophilia and all this type of stuff is going on there. So it's a really weird time for the West as a whole. And I mean, even remember I pointed out this, the only fan star flashes New York. This is an old story, but it was this year. The OnlyFans Star Flashes New York Dublin live stream portal. There's basically a gigantic Skype conversation between two different countries that was public, and this was what happened with it. Like what? Meanwhile, that month was the same month that gunmen shoot Slovakian Prime Minister Robert Fico, and the ICC applied for the arrest warrant for Netanyahu and several Hamas leaders, and the helicopter crash killed Iran's president and foreign minister. And that's not what's on the minds of people who flash New York Dublin portals. It's like I don't know what people expect from the U.S. anymore. But they are seen as very powerful, at least, and they don't seem to be deterred by things like Oreshnik. And like I said, the word Oreshnik equals 9, which is Mars Pluto energy. And that's not going to that's probably not going to deter the West from demonizing Iran. People talked about how even though Trump won, I think he did kill an Iranian general years ago, if I remember correctly, or he authorized that or whatever. But people, as soon as he got elected recently, were saying he was appointing war hawks to his administration and stuff like that. People that just are already by default going to be against Iran. So everything's up in the air, and the word Iran equals 9. And even when this ceasefire that happened close to the Universal Month 2, which is all about diplomacy, even when that happened, it was said that that was, Morandi pointed out that Netanyahu was saying that, hey, we get to focus on the Iranian threat now. So pivot. So how? I mean, you got to remember that when you remember this about that. Assad rejected a deal with the U.S. before his overthrow. The Washington Post reported before the Western-backed opposition advances in Syria, before the Western-backed opposition advanced in Syria, the Americans offered Assad to stop allowing Iran to use his territory for Hezbollah, because we all know a genocide is not going on. In return, the U.S. promised a gradual lifting of sanctions against Syria. And anyway, so Erdogan being the leader of Turkey, I think this. I'm going to finish up what I was saying here, and then I'm going to turn to the more Turkey-oriented stuff and all the synchronicities that I saw that made me have my eyes on Syria, because everybody was surprised by these events. But you know, if you know that the word Turkey equals 20, which is 2, and you know we're entering universal month 2, and you know that even as far back as October 23rd, that was a PKK attack that where was that here? So there was a terrorist attack by the PKK in Turkey, and this article was published October 28th, and it says, yeah, okay, so terrorist attack on October 23rd at the terrorist aerospace industries headquarters in Turkey. So the attack happened October 23rd, and this appeared to be what was the pretext for Turkish defense minister announcing bombing of 47 sites in northern Iraq and Syria. And like I said, the number 23 is Royal Star of the Lion. Yeah, this was October 24th. It was tweeted out. If we open this, maybe translate. And you'll see here. Is that number 29 again? And that 47, right? 4 plus 7 is 11. 2 plus 9 is 11. It's all these moon numbers. And so, supposedly, the Turkish defense minister announced the bombing of 47 sites in northern Iraq and Syria, explaining that 29 of them are in Iraq and 18 in Syria. So if you saw that, then why would you not keep looking at Syria? And so yeah, this yeah, I guess terrorist attack in Turkey during the BRICS summit. So I just want to make sure it is the 23rd, because we are in Mercury retrograde, so I just don't want to have my facts wrong on this. Let me open this up here from New Eastern Outlook. Yeah, the recent terrorist attack on October 23rd. So, yeah. And so that's one of the many things, and I'll come back to this number 23. I just don't want to be too all over the place in how I present this information, and I just want to wrap up more about the bullet points for confirmations of 2025 being a universal year 9. So the next thing I have here is hold on. You know what? I need to take another piss because of how cold it is here. So let me just pause this. I'll be right back. Alright, so I'm back, and I don't remember where I was here, but okay, so I do want to finish mentioning the bullet points here about that 2025 stuff. Oh my god, more noise in my hallway. Okay, pause. Okay, so hopefully the noise has subsided now. And so, yeah, let's take it back to Syria here on the map. So yeah, here's Turkey, here's Syria, and this particular bombing, I forget where it was, but anyway. So I want to finish describing the bullet points about 2025, this confirmation that it's a universal year 9, and I want to talk about the number 23, and I want to show some clips, and I want to also say that this timing, I already told you, was at the end of the it was based, the rebels did their largest offensive in years starting on the 27th of last month of November, and the word Syria also equals 27 in gematria. So, and 2 plus 7 is 9, which is heavily related to all the war stuff that's going on in like 1,000 ways. And okay, I lost my train of thought again. Hold on, let me smoke this. Okay, and so it's not just that I had Syria on my radar because of this number 1 universal month and that being connected to the Leo, and Assad means lion. It's not just because of that. It's not just because Israel has been bombing it every now and then for heavily since the Hamas attack. It's not just because of those things, and I'll show a clip of that here. Just so you have some more context about, this was October 21st, but let's say, where is this one. So this is the kind of stuff Syria faced from Israel in the recent past, significantly before this offensive launched by the rebels on the 27th of November. This was the 10th of November, this video, and it says the Israeli raid on Saida Zainab area in, I can't read Arabic, today targeted Ali Musa Dakduk, the official in charge of the something file in something. So here's the footage.
الغارة بسوريا قتل 3 أشخاص من حزب الله على الأقل في غارة إسرائيلية استهدفت منطقة السيدة زينب الواقعة جنوب دمشق، كما أفاد المرصد السوري لحقوق الإنسان. وكشفت مصادر الحدث بأن المستهدف هو مسؤول ملف الجولان بحزب الله.
هيدا يا شباب حد منا بالست زينب. هيدا يا شباب حد منا بالست زينب.
So those were brief clips, so they did loop them, so or repeat them so that you could see. But yeah, that's the kind of stuff Syria faced from Israel, and probably is still facing. I would not be surprised. And of course, if you look at some of the other stuff I recently tweeted here. Where was it? Bear with me. Kind of forgot what I was looking for, but I'll know it when I see it. Yeah, this.
For money, money, and money, money, making crap for money, money, yeah 让他们都在说有钱才能做自我，掉入消费主义陷阱，花钱不思索，被思想的艺术品多得我快数不清，有垃圾点缀的歌我简直都不想听，自卑敏感也会围绕在你周围，渴望财富不断在你心中积累，幻想买些奢侈品来塞。
So I don't know. It's not. Seems like it's not ideal. You know, a lot of this and a lot of the stuff, like this taking down of the statue. You know, it reminds a lot of us of the Iraq War days with Saddam's statue being taken down, and of course, you know, even at that time, the people who did that ended up being interviewed later, years later, saying, "Well, all we accomplished was putting 100 Saddams in his place." So, you know, and here we have now the Assad statue is being demolished, and here's briefly Turkish troops march into Aleppo, inching toward Erdogan's ambition of claiming the Aleppo as a Turkish city, neo-Ottomanism on the march, a total abrogation of international law, and then some. Is there more? Okay, so that kind of reminds me of some of the stuff that I wanted to say about the number 23, because and I might as well pivot to that now, because it's easy to finish up this other stuff later, but like let's look at Turkey. Right, so that number 2 being connected to like dishonesty on the negative side, like if you're a life path 2, keyword for that will be dishonest, and like I said, wimpy, and maybe overly sensitive. That 2 is connected to the moon, which rules Cancer, and Cancer could be too sensitive. So those are negative versions of the 2, and the positive version is cooperative. And you'll notice that is a thing. Like this HTS is, at least on the surface, trying to be cooperative. Like, yeah, there is a PR campaign probably to you know, make this guy like it seems like it is going to be that Syria will become a satellite state, and that is unfortunate, but we all know about how quickly this happened, this whole Assad regime falling, and you know, if we're talking about dishonest, that's kind of like reminds you of like deals in the background and shit like that, and that's what some people speculated, that Assad's soldiers were bribed and stuff like that, and you know, you have here the whole diplomatic part, and them trying to say, this HTS trying to say that they want to be fair to everybody and not single out Christians and shit like that. And I don't know. I can't be everywhere at once, and I don't know, but you know, it's in line with the fact that that so-called ceasefire between Lebanon and Israel happened on the way to this number 2 month. Now I would say maybe the fact that when we get to maybe the end of the month, right, that'll be when Chiron stops being retrograde, and Chiron is the wounded healer, and it's been in Aries, and Aries is about war. So the 29th day of December is coming up. I would say that's a day to watch out for. But also in terms of the conflict, like what do I have here? Yeah, here is the aspects that this is in Ottawa time zone, but generally December 6th to December 6th to February 23rd, there's that number again, 23, right? The royal star of the lion. And then even though the Mars retrograde finishes in Cancer, which is about the home and family, it's at the 17th degree, which is a Leo degree, right? Leadership, the heart. What did people say about Syria? That it's the heart. That some people say is the beating heart of the Middle East or something like that. And Leo rules the heart. And Syria was led by a guy named Assad, which means Leo. Which means lion rather. And this Mars retrograde, which happens, Mars retrograde is approximately every 2 years and 2 months. It just so happens to happen in Leo here. At the 6th day on the 6th degree, Virgo degree, about being of service. Now, I guess before I say, hold on. So, okay, so yeah, in going back to this thing here, well, not that. Hold on. Going back to Turkey's role in all this and how they is their, you know, it's largely their fault that this thing happened, and everyone's saying that you can't trust Turkey anymore and stuff like that. Well, that's that number 2. Like I said, Turkey equals 20, and the number 2 can be dishonest. On the positive side, they're trying to be diplomatic, and it seems that even when you look at Republic Day of Turkey, you see the number 29, October 29th, 2023, when they stopped being the Ottoman Empire, if I have it correctly. So you know, and they're, hold on, let me make this big here. So yeah, on the 29th of October 1923, the status of the nation as a republic was declared, and its official name was proclaimed to be Turkey. I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. The Republic of Turkey. After that, a vote was held in Grand National Assembly. Ataturk was elected as the first president of the Republic of Turkey. but yeah, this you know, seems to be Turkey did come out of the Ottoman Empire. Okay, because right here I showed you guys the Pico agreement earlier. Right, and in that it says that was a 1916 secret treaty between the UK and France with the assent from Russia and Italy to define their mutually agreed spheres of influence and control in an eventual partition of the Ottoman Empire. The agreement was based on the premise that the Triple Entente would achieve success in defeating the Ottoman Empire during World War I and formed part of a series of secret agreements contemplating its partition. The primary negotiations leading to the agreement took place between the 23rd of November 1915 and the 3rd of January 1916, on which date the British and French diplomats Marc Six and Francois Georges Picot installed an agreed memorandum. The agreement was ratified, like I said earlier, on the 9th and 16th of May. And if we go to the Syria section here, and then here we see mandate for Syria and Lebanon. See, I'm not, like I said, I don't pretend to be an expert on everything and know all that much history. I just have my 29-degree sun-moon midpoint in Virgo helping me to categorize a lot of this stuff in terms of numbers. So what do I want to show here? The main thing I'm trying to get across, like, is that it's a melting pot. That Ottoman Empire was a melting pot, supposedly. Hold on, more noise in my hallway. Alright. Hopefully I won't have interruptions now. So yeah. Ottoman Empire. So anyway, like I said, this you see this number pop up a lot. This 23, like I said, 1923 has ratified this thing, and like I said, Royal Star of the Lion. That's the 23rd number according to Chaldean numerology, and even I don't know if I mentioned this at the start, but this flag is 3 stars, and each one has 5 points. So 3 times 5 is 15, and that's reminds us of the Devil card. The Devil card is the 15th tarot card, and you know that is connected to Capricorn, which is connected to Universal Year 8, and the word Syria equals 8. So, and like I said, this whole thing happened really close to that Mars retrograde. Like, the downfall was, I think, the 7th or 8th of the fall of the Assad regime, and the Mars retrograde did happen on the 6th, the evening of the 6th, like I said before, at 6:33 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. And so And so it's important to look at what I was trying to show here for since conflicts that are started around Mars retrograde are not going to work out that well. I mean, it can really shortly after that Mars retrograde, Venus, the planet of harmony and beauty, entered Aquarius, the planet of revolutions and humanitarianism. So even though the planet of war started to backtrack and not do its thing properly, feel like you're fighting while running through water or something, even though it's in a fire sign. Maybe the water thing's more for when Mars goes back to water sign Cancer later, but the retrograde here is right here, or is from December 6th to February. What did we say? 23rd. Finishing out a Leo degree, but so December 6th to February 23rd. That means here's the aspects that Mars is doing with any planet in that time, and so I would watch out for these dates, whatever's highlighted here. These oppositions, the square and another square. Now, I would care more about the squares if they were in 2024, because that year is related to Saturn energy, and the squares are basically that Saturn energy. But because it's like blockages into the gratification, but either way, these are annoying aspects, and so December 12th is a time to watch out for Mars, that impulsive Mars in dramatic, loyalty-oriented Leo, being opposite to that harmonious, diplomatic Venus being in networking and humanitarian-like and revolutionary Aquarius. And they're both at the 5th degree, a Leo degree. So that's a day to watch out for friction. An opposition typically is about integrating opposites, and it has polarity, and it's about compromise. So that's the kind of thing you'll want to watch out for with Mars and Pluto on January 3rd also. Now this was the same energy that showed itself in November 3rd, right? Really close to the US elections. But that time it was in yin, which is water and earth. That's feminine yin background energy. And maybe some of that is the reason why things flared up around the Mars retrograde, because even though things, conflict situations that build up at that point might not go according to plan, and they'll be fraught with complications, it's still a time when things that are bubbling underneath the surface kind of reach a crescendo, and they can come out in explosive ways. So it is a time to deal with what's coming to the surface, regardless of what the outcome is going to be like. But whatever may have been shoved too much under the surface via this yin opposition, which probably by virtue of being an opposition, is going to bring those things more to the surface anyway. But now you have Mars retrograde, right? Reanalyzing the conflict situation, and you have that Pluto on January 3rd is going to be, as I said, it's not retrograde, but it'll be in revolutionary Aquarius, and it will be at the 1st degree, which is an Aries degree, so that'll be more hard-headed because of that. And Aries is ruled by Mars, and so thereby more attention is on it in that year, that 2025 Universal Year 9. So the thing is also that January will be, in terms of the numerology, the universal month number of January is 1 again. So right now we're in the diplomatic 2. The HTS is like, hey, we're not going to bother anybody. We're going to be nice. And for fuck's sake, this fucking goddamn lack of RAM in this computer. Holy shit. Okay, and as soon as I pick up the fucking bubbler, that's when it fixes itself all the time. Okay, anyway, universal month 1, November. Universal month 2, December. But that's in a traditional kind of number 8 year that's trying to define boundaries. Then number 9 year, people can be like, we defined it enough already. Like, that's why you had was the Oreshnik in this October? Was it in October? No, that was in November actually. But there was, like I said, a lot of things about November that were very much about war. Like we said, the Yahya Sinwar was killed, and Russia was, Israel was burning people alive on camera, more in your face than ever. And I think I showed this before. That came out on like the first day of October, showing you more of the capabilities of Russia. So that is quite a capability, regardless of your stance on Russia. That was Universal Month 9. Like I said, hopefully not too much foreshadowing Universal Year 9. But, it was when things were heating up more between North Korea and South Korea. Anyway, so we're gonna have we have a number 2 month now, and then we get that more bold number 1 again, but this time not in a number 8 traditional year, in a number 9 all or nothing year that brings risk of ends justify the means, and it on the positive side, it helps you be more humanitarian and standing up and that masculine energy. So that is, it can be more on the aggressive side, and if you combine the volatility of Mars and Pluto with the aggressiveness of the number 1 Sun Leo energy, that can also be a reason to underline this January 3rd Mars opposed Pluto, in terms of any conflict situations having to compromise with power and control issues, and who has the real power, and what the transformations have been in technological developments, which is Aquarius, versus what about your passions or about your willpower do you need to reanalyze or redo or approach in a different way, so that you can be a good leader, which is Leo. And because Mars is willpower, Leo is leadership and creativity. So like I keep saying, the world needs good leaders, and if we're facing 20 years of Pluto in Aquarius, that threatens to take people's identity away too much, because the Leo and the Sun is about identity. You can already see that with the term NPC and shit like that. So so that's a time to watch out for. Like I said, the Mars retrograde, here, let me put that Syria section back up, because you can see the numerical value of Mars retrograde equals 9, which is connected to Mars anyway, so gotta love that. So again, these areas here that are the squares and the oppositions are dates to watch out for in terms of war stuff flaring up, and of course any number 9 anything, like February 9th, even though that's a trine. It's a trine with 2 planets that are considered malefic. They cause trouble often. As shoot first, ask questions later. Mars and order and structure, reality check. Saturn at the 18th degree on February 9th, and the 18th degree. I'm not surprised that today the sun is at the 18th degree, for example, with all this stuff coming to light now, and the families speaking out about their family members that may or may not be in prison and all that stuff. That's not surprising to me that I see that 18 there, given that the 18th degree, something I pointed out before about that degree, is this stuff right here. Well, it might be better to look at the 22nd, maybe. Yeah, that's, no, not that one. Okay, where did I put that? A better version of what you see here. Hold on. Was it in the number 18? Yeah. Either there or see. Okay, so I don't want to overload you with all this shit here. Hold on. Okay, where is the thing I'm trying to show you? Might have had it already open in a thing. Let me see. Okay, we got the moon here. It's the 18th tarot card. 18th degree is a Virgo degree. Well, okay, whatever. I'll just this is, oh, it might have been in the life path 9 section. Let me see. Okay, whatever. This is good enough. So the Chaldean numerology does talk about the 18 being it being involved in war and social upheavals and revolutions. So you know, here we are, and yeah. So and it has been involved in the Hiroshima and Nagasaki atomic bomb, apparently, the Chernobyl explosions, the 9/11 terrorist attacks, so on and so forth. You know, Indian Ocean earthquake. The Chaldean numerology talks about how this is danger from elements such as storms, danger from water, fires, and explosions. Well, that's basically. Remember, I said the 18th tarot card is connected to the moon. It's called the moon, and it's connected to Pisces energy. And remember, I said the pager attack happened in Pisces, a lunar eclipse in Pisces. So that's an explosion, and not the kind you would normally expect with war situations, right? I think it was a Pluto decan, if I remember correctly. That's subversive Pluto, and so that number 8. Hold on a second. And interesting too with this Mars retrograde, is one of the things here, if not the thing. connected with the downfall of the Assad regime was hold on. The fact that it was called deterrence of aggression, right? I guess that would be up here. I probably put it here. Yeah, on the 7th, scenes of Assad's forces fleeing Homs as the Military Operations Administration fighters approach full control of the city as part of Operation Deterrence of Aggression, and that's Mars. Mars is aggression. And it went retrograde like the previous night on that 6th, and then just like 7 hours or after that, 7 hours or so after that, is when Venus entered Aquarius at 1:14 a.m. December 7th Eastern Standard Time. So like I said, although the foot was taken off the gas for the warlike, impulsive, aggressive behaviors, and keep in mind even that has to be seen in the context of the number 2. We're in a number 2 month. So foot gets taken off the gas of the aggressive stuff, while at the same time the harmony starts to happen via Aquarius, via revolutionary stuff. People start to get harmony from that. And I would not be surprised if there was more artwork and stuff like that put out. Like Venus is also about art and beauty, so this hit home for a lot of people. You know, and Blinken is a life path too. Biden is a life path too. And yeah, Trump is not Trump did win the election, but he's not in office till like what, January 20th or whatever. So and this started around the end of Universal Month 1, which is connected to the Sun and Leo, and you could say Trump too because of that. And his stupid tweet talking about they should stay out of it, and yeah, everybody acknowledged that they've been in it. They took the oil from the northeast part of Syria. Let me find the yeah, so this is a screenshot I took on the 7th of the western leaning Syria live map. Before that it was like all this top part here was like red, and it was the top right was mostly that yellow. The Kurds and the Western forces just taking the oil, and felt like watching a fast forward version of the Palestine map, shrinking and shrinking and shrinking. But you know, a lot of Syrians are happy. I don't know how it's a mixed bag. I'm, you know, in terms of the overall stuff that's going forward, at first glance, it doesn't seem like it'd be good for the region. It seems like it's hard to, even though there's diplomacy and wanting to be harmonious with that number 2, and HTS trying to put on a diplomatic face. I guess time will tell how diplomatic that is. I don't know. Like I said, maybe people already put out videos of them shooting people in the streets and stuff like that. I don't know. But things are often not black and white, and when you got 20 years of Pluto in Aquarius ahead of you, and you just got Venus recently getting into Aquarius, this whole thing happened when Pluto was conjunct Venus here. Like, here's the chart for today, for example. Let's maybe bring it back 3 days, you know, or even, hold on, just looking at the chart for the Mars retrograde, you know, because that was so close to these events. You got that Sun conjunct Mercury and Sag about faraway lands, that having to compromise with the planet that rules Sag being in a possibly two-faced sign sometimes, or people possibly overthinking about the ideas or offers presented to them, and things like that. You know, and then that being part of a T-square with Saturn, so a tough spot for the reality check energies, even though it's a 13th degree, which is calling for a certain level of put yourself first and don't wait too long, even though Saturn's about delayed gratification. But anyway, the point is, Pluto and I went on a tangent there just now, but what I wanted to show was Pluto conjunct Neptune. I mean, my mistake. Pluto conjunct Venus. And like I said, only if like 7 hours or so after this Mars stationary, around 1 a.m. is when that Venus went into Aquarius and started to be at the 0 degree of Aquarius. 0 is like a portal. So that's the planet of harmony overlapping with the planet of transformation and the planet of purging decades of having to see this guy's face and his father's face all over the fucking place. There's no reason to overlook that when you're trying to say, hey, you're against Western hegemony. So the nuances have to be taken into account, and as we see here, Mars opposed Pluto. Right? The same stuff that was still tense around the U.S. elections, given how slow these planets move, especially when Mars is approaching a retrograde. That's ensuring that this tug of war between willpower versus power and control, between wanting to do the shoot first, ask questions later, versus wanting to be more farsighted about it, or wanting to check your obsessions, or check what you need to put, like any patterns of behavior or attachments you have that you need to get rid of. That purging Pluto energy, it happened in a harmonious way. That's what Venus is, harmony. So, isn't it interesting that one of these things is called deterrence of aggression? Mars is aggression. A retrograde is going backwards, moving away from going forwards, reanalyzing, deterring. Because you're not sure how to move forward.
عليك
there you have, like I said, scenes of Assad's forces fleeing the city of Homs as the military operations administrator fighters approach complete control of the city as part of Operation Deterrence of Aggression. So, this is from Sham Network. Translate bio. Put the music back on. And Sham News Network, known as Sham National Organization, founded by Syrian activists in the very early stages of the Syrian Revolution. So yeah, definitely it's not an ideal situation. That is kind of the fulfillment of yet another color revolution, making yet another satellite state for the West. But it is has to be seen, like I said, in terms of us approaching a number 9 year, that being completion, the end of this, even before this. Okay, anyway, I'm just gonna leave it at that for that. But number 9 is completion, the end of the Russia-Ukraine war, the fact that the ceasefire gave Netanyahu more reason to pay attention to Iran, the fact that Iran equals 9, the fact that the word Syria equals 8, and the fact that we're finishing a universal year 8. All these things to me are, I don't know what to say. It's just so much shit, and I mean that's why I say, like, just keep these dates in mind. As I said before, anything that's been highlighted here in blue, that's probably, and also anything happening on Tuesdays, because Tuesday is Mars. And so a lot of the stuff that I have here, you could say that I'm cherry picking, but I would say a lot of these things that happen on Tuesdays are things that stand out in terms of being about conflict. So, so yeah. So pay attention to Tuesdays. Pay attention to the fact that January is going to be probably more of the test of how Syria's future is going to be, and but again, like this is really all about being, like, using the Aquarius energy, right? The humanitarian, putting everyone on the same level. This can work for or against you. It's not that it's good or bad. The technocracy is very much bad, and it's aligned with, NATO and the West and all that, and that is going to be also boosted by the number 9 and the Aquarius energies. But a lot of the Aquarius energies are about the good of the group, and the group just getting downloads about what is right, and Aquarius is about inspiration and liberation from oppressive components of the status quo. A lot of people, geopolitical analysts and whatnot, looking at this stuff, they got a lot of good points, and they know what's going on the ground, and it's they have a lot better idea of it than me, maybe, and they have a high definition view, and they may be informed by history better than I do in some areas, but I think they underestimate the power of Pluto. The 2008 financial crisis was when Pluto was the same year Pluto entered Capricorn, which is the sign of the CEO. So, and now, what do you have now? You have people, like, one of the negative versions of this energy is the taking things into your own hands too much, and the chaos, like for example, this was, actually I should be clicking the number 2. No, wait, actually, yeah, that's CEO. Wait, Yeah, that was, no, my mistake. It was the number 2 month is when that health insurance CEO, Brian Thompson, was gunned down in New York. It's weird. There was a look-alike competition afterwards. Like, it's just bizarre, some of this stuff. I don't want to focus too much on the West. It's just a overall clown world. But yeah, like this. So of course the bullets that were on, people said the bullets that were on the guy that were left to do the murder were they had deny, defend, depose written on them, and apparently that's a reference to some book about health insurance. But it's just weird to see this, but that is one instance of basically the good of the group not being respected, and then that coming out in these kind of ways. Like, it's not surprising that this happened also close to the Mars retrograde, right? Mars being in conflict, and then you see stuff like this, like the day before Mars goes retrograde. And of course his name ends up having the same numerical value as Greedy Big Boss, this CEO. So, you know, that's interesting. I think my name also may have the same numerical value as this, so hopefully I'm not too much of a greedy big boss. So let's acknowledge that this is kind of talking about the chaos energy that's unfolding, and that's one way it can go. But overall, it reflects that people want fairness and everyone to be put on the same level, and that's part of this Pluto and Aquarius stuff.
While most of us count down to the holidays, thousands of Canadians count on the Canadian Red Cross. Donate today and have your donation triple matched.
What else did I want to say here? So that Pluto and Aquarius energy is fast also, and I think that's why when I said like the portal attribute of the zero degree, being present in the Mars retrograde station here, via Mars opposed Pluto, which is at the zero, but like I said, really shortly after that, Venus got into that zero. So that's that zero is fast, but also the air energy of any air sign is fast. So that's also one reason this stuff happened really fast, even though one step forward, 2 steps back can be an attribute of that number 2, that number 2 universal month. But like I said, keep in mind preceding this was the number 1, and that's what Mars is in here, in Leo, which is ruled by the Sun, which is connected to the number 1. So a lot of this was building up the previous month, and like I said, the word Mars retrograde equals 45/9, or 72/9 also, and the energy of air is really fast too. So combine that zero portal in that fast zero in a fast sign, basically. And if there's other stuff going on here, I don't have to have time to describe. You got a minor triangle and all that, and you got this thing almost looking at like a mystic rectangle, and all that. But but and isn't it interesting? The tip of this minor triangle is that 27, right? We said Syria equals 27, and that the largest offensive the rebels launched in years was on November 27th, leading up to this. So it's really interesting. And then with the fast component to this, you have, like I said, the Georgia being a neo-Ukraine. You got maybe Romania. I haven't been able to follow up on that. And I said South Korea had that martial law stuff. I haven't been able to follow up on that. And the same day that France government collapsed, and then the word France equals 29, the word Syria equals 29, and then when things sort of reach a crescendo in Syria, then you had that Notre Dame opening. Like, how synchronous, right? When you consider the fact that those French roots of the Syrian state. So I gotta wrap this up soon because we are in right now. We are getting over a day. Yesterday was the Sun opposed Jupiter, and Jupiter is expansion, and the Sun is life force energy. So don't want to burn myself out. So I'm gonna keep that in mind. Not expect perfection from myself here. Okay, so anyway, let me just go through some of the other stuff I have here. So mean Lilith enters Mars and Pluto ruled signs, or a Mars or Pluto ruled sign, which is Scorpio. I say or because Mars is the traditional ruler of Aries and Scorpio, and Pluto is the modern ruler. But Lilith, which is very close to the energy of Pluto, Lilith is about binging and purging and going to extremes and asserting independence and being provocative, or being driven by subconscious desires, being maybe a little too rebellious, things like that. It tends to bring out the worst of whatever sign it's in, and it stays in a sign for approximately 9 months. Well, there's that number again, right? So it enters Scorpio, which is connected to these two planets that are connected to 2025 as number 9 energy. It enters that on March 26th for the mean Lilith. That means the average of where this Lilith is, and Lilith is a component to the moon's orbit. So I'm not going to go into more detail, but the point is it bounces around real fast, so sometimes goes through 3 different zodiac signs in a month, something like that, and so the people take an average of it, and that is the mean Lilith. But the true Lilith, we already got a taste of that Mars, of that Scorpio rather. Okay, we already got a taste of extremes Lilith happening in provocative and cutthroat Scorpio since November 4th. So we already got a taste of that, but the average of where this extremes Lilith is going to be is not going to settle into Scorpio until March 26th. But the point is, Scorpio is connected to Mars and Pluto, and that's what that year is. So so there's that. There's also Pluto firmly in Aquarius for 20 years as of November 19th. I already mentioned that, and I mentioned we got smaller doses of this. And I don't know if I mentioned that March 23rd was when we first got a dose of that Pluto in Aquarius. See, this is Pluto in Aquarius here, but if you look at the ingress here, where's that Pluto? Where's that Pluto? I might have to open it up, hold on. So, in March 23rd, 2023 is when Pluto entered Aquarius. So there's that number again, 23. Right, the royal star of the lion, giving you a hint that you need to salvage some sense of self so that you don't get lost in the group over the next 20 years with this technocratic, mad scientist, really fast energy of Aquarius. From a planet that rocked the world in a financial crisis in 2008, now rocking the world with the stuff it already gave you a taste of was ChatGPT and AI art. And I already mentioned before that ChatGPT itself, ChatGPT, for fuck's sake. I already mentioned this about $29 billion that is associated with the rise of this ChatGPT, right? So you find this number everywhere relating to everything that is about crossing boundaries, because that's what that 29th degree is about, going from one sign to another. So anyway, let me now go over some more of this. So March 23rd, 2023 is when we started to get what brought this ChatGPT and AI art, this innovative Aquarius energy that eventually made itself more known via the word Oreshnik, which equals 9 anyway, which is connected to Pluto anyway. And anyway, so I beat that point to death. So then you had what I got total lunar eclipse March 14th in Virgo at the 23rd degree. That's 2025, right? So let me show you that. Let me show you that maybe here. Did I put it here? Yeah, right there. So March 14th, 23rd degree of Virgo. So there's another 23. And here, in terms of 23, it's Aquarius degree, right? So more of that go to the group energy, or the rebellious, you can't tell me what to do energy, that revolutionary stuff. So that is something that is on the way, and I'm not sure if this was something I found later after I had already. Because a lot of this stuff about like the Ottoman Empire and stuff I found after. I think I found after the fall of really maybe even right before, but fucking ads, holy shit. So anyway, this we got a fucking total lunar eclipse in Virgo at the 23rd degree, an Aquarius degree, coming up on March 14th. Then we got on the 29th day of the March of the same month, you're gonna have that partial solar eclipse in Aries at the 8th degree. So that's another eclipse in the warlike sign of Aries, aggressive, at a scorpionic, purging, transformative, intimate, death and rebirth kind of degree. So that's just to let you know how much these 29 energies are crucial to all this, and how much the Aries energies are still persisting. Right? You get that the Aries Libra nodal axis stops being in Aries Libra around January 2025, and so you get a conclusion of 18 months approximately worth of lessons about where and when you need to be more assertive versus when you're doing that too much, stepping on toes, bulldozing, and also the opposite of that, where and when you need to be diplomatic versus you're being too diplomatic and you're too comfortable spelling shit out for people and stuff like that. So that is a lesson that's kind of concluded as we approach a year that's bringing those lessons to a new test, kind of like via those two long-term planets entering Aries, Saturn and Neptune. So people are going to get their order and structure via putting themselves first, but if they do it in the too much burnout way, they'll be burnt out. They won't finish what they start. If they are eager to be leaders, but they have illusions about that, like Neptune in Aries is gonna kind of make them go down the wrong path, and they'll think they're leading and then they won't be, or something like that, or they'll lead by burning themselves out, or anything like this. So it's like you got schooled hardcore with the Aries Libra shit for the last 18 months or so. That's close to coming to an end, but Chiron's going to stop being retrograde in Aries at the 29th day of December 2024, coming up. And so that'll bring the Aries energies to the fore again, and that's maybe another thing that would make me wonder about this upcoming universal month 1 in January, and how bold it is, maybe too bold. And yeah, so and then the final thing that is underlining all this, I already mentioned that the Syrian regime is pretty much finished. I would be really surprised if it tried to come back and stuff like that. I'm not saying there's absolutely zero chance of that, but yeah, I just don't see it happening. And so this is the summary of confirmations of 2025 being universal year 9, which is connected to Mars and Pluto energy. I'll summarize it again. The end of 2024 and the start of 2025 involve Mars being retrograde and Pluto not retrograde. So that reminds you of this astronumerology. Then you got two long-term planets entering a Mars ruled sign of Aries. That's Neptune and Saturn. Then you got Aries Libra nodal axis shift ends in January 2025. That's Aries. That involves Aries, which is ruled by Mars. Then you got the end of 2024 involves Chiron stopping being retrograde on the 29th. And not just that in an Aries sign, but at the degree that's related to the sign opposite to Aries, so bringing a polarity awareness there too. Then you got mean Lilith enters a Mars / Pluto ruled sign, which is Scorpio, in March 2025. Then you got Pluto firmly in Aquarius for 20 years as of November 19th, 2024, the year on the way to this number 9 year. Albeit previous smaller doses of this Pluto in Aquarius since March 23rd, 2023. And again, the upcoming total lunar eclipse in March 14th is in Virgo at the 23rd degree, followed by partial solar eclipse March 29th in Aries. So, and Aries is again ruled by Mars. So many things just right there underlining the fact that you should pay attention to how much number 9 energy is so much present in 2025. If you saw the universal month 9 section in my brain database, you would know that foreshadows what's to come, and you pay attention, especially if you know Netanyahu is a life path 9. And you can see that the 9 is completion, and that there's a completion of this Assad regime, there's a completion of the Ukraine-Russia war. These things are coming to an end. And at the same time, there's this new wild card that's introduced via this shift in the Syrian situation. And a lot of people are going to have to figure out what they're going to do about that, and how they're going to go forward. And that, like I said, a lot of things bubble to the surface on a Mars retrograde, but anything that is started at that time in terms of conflict may be fraught with complications, and that it definitely fits with the 1-2-1-2 that you see here, this hiccup that's going on. Initially, I thought this may be more about some backtracking with respect to the U.S. And them backtracking on Trump, and somehow Harris, you know, coming back into power. That's the kind of stuff that was going through my head before the U.S. elections. But maybe I just forgot that the U.S. is not the center of the fucking universe. So, so maybe this 1-2-1-2 is more about Syria. I don't know. But for sure, Trump did weigh in on it soon enough, with his acting like they had a hands-off approach, which is bullshit, right? So, alright, what else do I got here? I think, starting to want to finish this up. There could be a lot more clips I could show, but to be honest with you, they're all in the brain database already. Like, anything that I may want to or actually no, a lot of them aren't. There was some that were not. Okay, more noise in my hallway. Let me pause this. Alright, so where was I here? We got a 1-2-1-2 going on. Next year is volatile, but it's less volatile if you make the transformations. We had a lot of the transformations Pluto was trying to do earlier this year. It was 2.5 months of that was a 29 degrees Capricorn that was attached on to 4 months of 29 degree Pisces via Neptune. So, for fuck's sake, more noise in the hallway. Okay, let me pause it again. Alright, so let me see if I can go through this as fast as possible, because I'm getting tired of all these interruptions and of all the you know, tired of how long this is taking. But the number 2 energies speak to how diplomatic everything was, and how there, even though it was like the whole country was taken down, it was done in a fairly diplomatic manner. Some people said there might have been a deal between Assad and these HTS, saying that if you just don't harm anybody, then you know, that's fine. Syria severely weakened over the years via the stealing of the oil, the sanctions, and of course Israel bombing them every now and then. Israel wasted almost no time at all to bomb Syria's airports, I believe, back in shortly after the Hamas attack. Yeah, Israel bombed Syria airports. That was in October 2023. Isn't it interesting? The Hamas attack was October 7th. That's the number 7. Just like 2023 is Universal Year 7, because 2 + 0 + 2 + 3 is 7. Just like how a big feature of this year was this Universal Year 8 that we're in now. The total solar eclipse in Aries on April 8th. There's that number 8 in a Universal Year 8. And that one also had that polarity with the being in the 19th degree, a Libra degree, the opposite sign of Aries. So anyway. So yeah, it's a shit show what's going on in the Middle East, and there is a lot of relief. There is a lot of stuff. I haven't followed what's going on today. I mean, like, if I go here and except for this thing here, this was today, but generally here's you know, some of the latest headlines I haven't had time to read. Let's see here. Blinken says developments in Syria present a historic opportunity. No shit. Syrians celebrate freedom from Bashar al-Assad. UN urges patience as European countries suspend Syrian asylum decisions. Right. That fits with. That may fit with that number 8 year. Us coming to the end of a number 8 year, and that being about borders and boundaries. I don't know. So yeah, like there may be a lot of people celebrating whatever. It doesn't matter to me because I remember in 2011, I think it was 2011 when the so-called Syrian civil war started, and it took like about a year for a lot of people in Syria to understand about how much this was an invasion, a Western kind of invasion. So people could be happy now. I don't know. It really depends on how things go moving forward, as far as I'm concerned. Like I said, Mars retrograde conflicts initiated around then going to be fraught with complications. So, and that Aquarius energies brings fast changing developments. So let me get to the 23. Now let's get into that 23. Now let me see. I'm going to try to finish talking about what's on here, and then maybe that'll make things more obvious why I was not surprised at these developments. Like I said, with the numerology and astrology, it'll give you archetypes. It'll give you categories of things, and so you can predict that a certain category of something is going to happen. So even if you can't predict the specific thing, what ends up unfolding ends up not surprising you. And it's not just because of the numerology and stuff like that. Like, there's been like one of my YouTube videos showed a little excerpt of a Hollywood movie from like 2006 or something like that. I released this like 11 years ago or some shit. If you look at the Potent News YouTube channel, you'll see Southland Tales was a Hollywood movie that was showing, depicting war on Syria. Back then, as part of a Third World War, if I remember correctly. So you got that. You got the whole thing about that people mentioned Wesley. What's his face? Wesley Clark, was it? Here we go. Tensions. Okay. I don't think it was here. Hold on. Fall of Assad regime. Yeah, that we're gonna take out 7 countries in 5 years. A lot of people saw this. No need to show you the whole clip or anything, but and so, you know, how could you not have your eye on Syria at this time, right? If you know that Hezbollah's weakened, Israel's weakened, everybody's weakened, everybody's kind of in recuperating mode. That number 2 is like 1 step forward, 2 steps back. The Russia exhausted by the Ukraine war, and you know, apparently Iran even asked, if I have it correctly, Iran even asked Syria if they want Iran to intervene, and I don't know what the answer was, but Morandi was saying, well, they can't intervene if the government of Syria doesn't authorize it and shit like that. There's so many factors to all this, and at the end of the day, yeah, Syria's been severely weakened. So now, also, I did back in the 4th day of this, when the tensions were getting higher. I did do a tarot reading. I never see when I did it. I wasn't sure. Hold on. There we go. So I did a past, present, and future reading of Syria's situation on December 4th, the night of the 4th. So I'll describe this first. Like, people were talking about how Assad was being back and forth about giving mixed messages about deals or whatever, and him being kind of wobbly or too stubborn and stuff like that. And that's kind of what you see with this card. Upside down cards could be too much or too little of that energy, and this clinging type of energy was there, or being more available type of energy, but and more accessible, or having access to someone who is more accessible than before, or something like that. But it can also mean, this card can also mean being reckless with emotions or resources or information. So there was either too much or too little of that. And keep in mind, in terms of information, this like the Mercury, which is information, was retrograde November 25th. So, and that was at the 22nd degree, a Capricorn degree, which resonates with the Saturn 8 number energy for the year. So, and that was in Sagittarius, which is about foreign cultures and faraway lands and stuff like that. And so, yeah, I lost my train of thought now. So what did I just have open here? Okay, anyway. So in the past, for when I took that reading on the December 4th, that meant in the past he was either, or Syria itself was, like people were talking about how it's a frozen conflict for years, right? Like it was frozen there. It's like, how do you expect that to happen? That's what this kind of looks like. This guy on this card even is like far away from all the places that he could cause trouble or something, but it's still like there's that component of it, of the clinging, and if this card is also this, it could have been talking about Assad's it could go the other way too. Someone was saying maybe Assad didn't want people to get hurt as much. Maybe he knew. I think it was. Where? Hold on. Yeah, this guy right here was saying maybe Assad did perceive that it was impossible to win this war, and Syria's too weakened, and the morale is too low, and so it's best to make a deal so that to ensure that as few people get hurt as possible and just leave. I don't know if that's what happened, but definitely this card here talking about either too much or too little use of resources. Not using networking that you could be using, or using the wrong networking or something like that. So that could be a heavy component to this, and and just the fact that like this card is like, you know, it's also about clinging on to the resources. Like you know, people said that the soldiers couldn't have been paid, as I mentioned. They're paid almost nothing. So there's that, and there is the oil that was taken, and there is the sanctions, and there is the feeling of that this conflict could be frozen forever. People could be forgiven for that because there was and is ongoing a genocide in Palestine. There is this Ukraine war, this Ukraine-Russia war, the slow motion coming to an end. Yeah, that was what it was. That all these things may have been distracting from the true situation in Syria, and then some opportunistic people took advantage of that, or had opportunities that they did not take advantage of for whatever reason. Anyway, all that could be that last card. Now, none of these cards are Fate or Destiny cards, so that was cool. Even though we're in a number 8 year and the word Syria equals 8th and whatever, this stuff was at least not that bloody so far as what I understand it. And at first, the reason I didn't share this reading is because I wasn't sure about what this card would mean, because I saw this card right here, the Knight of Wands, and I know that means adventurous, I know it means optimistic, I know it means having a lot of energy to go and defend your beliefs, and that there's almost some sort of triumphant, almost joy in what's going on, and it's very passionate. Those are all good things, but when I first saw that, the first thing I thought about was this footage here, after seeing this article titled "Iraq will not be just a spectator in Syria," Prime Minister says, and here it says, "Iraq will not act as a mere spectator in Syria, where it believes groups and sects are victims of ethnic cleansing."
Can we make a battery so powerful it can run the next?
Iraq's Prime Minister said on Tuesday, there's a Tuesday, right? Another Tuesday. According to a readout from his office of a phone call to Turkey's president. And so I saw that, and then I saw this. And of course, with the Mercury retrograde, it's hard to trust any footage. Anything could be AI, and everything could. This looks authentic, but information, anything could be taken out of context of a Mercury retrograde periods. Like, at first people thought Assad fled when he didn't, and then he actually did, and then they wondered if his plane crashed, and then it turned out it didn't, and he took asylum in Russia. So there's all this stuff up in the air. That stuff should be less fuzzy as we get out of that Mercury retrograde, and that direct station will be December 15th, and then it'll have after effects. So, but most of the foggy communication will have, a lot of the false assumptions will have been corrected generally by this time, and more so as we get further into January 2025. And again, keep in mind the 29th of December is the Chiron retrograde station. And keep in mind, like I said, this 29 keeps popping up again and again, and the next where is it here? Yeah, it's already in this one. Yeah. Oh no, the cursor. Oh yeah, there we go. See, the cursor almost disappeared, and sometimes that's fixed if you shake it around really fast. I don't know why. Maybe because Mercury's retrograde. Anyway, like I said, March 29th is another place that 29 pops up in this partial solar eclipse in Aries is coming up. So don't expect warlike energies to go away anytime. It's gonna be or at least anytime in 2025. That's a number 9 year, and then hopefully it won't be that. Nobody likes war, right? Hopefully it'll be people doing transformations and having some sort of inner war to get rid of old beliefs they have, so they don't see things in black and white, so they don't keep compromising how they talk about the truth. just so that a certain amount of order can be brought. With the Pluto and Aquarius energies, that's a lot of unexpected new developments. Aquarius is expect the unexpected. So whatever people are trying to make and calculate based on previous assumptions, a lot of those go out the window. That's why 9 is connected to Pluto. That's why the word Oreshnik boils down to the number 9. That's why all this stuff is happening. So so there's a lot of false assumptions people need to take 20 years to correct with this Pluto and Aquarius. And maybe I'm talking about the Pluto and Aquarius too much or whatever, but it's a number 9 year, and that is connected to Mars and Pluto energy. So I'm going to talk about it. So anyway, I already mentioned that. Let's see here. There's an article about. When it really started to be more on my radar, this number 2023, was this article about these ladybugs that were everywhere. Apparently, a lot more of them showed up. So let me pull that up. I know this sounds weird, whatever, but whatever. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you this too. Okay, see, there's my ADHD kind of 10th house in Gemini popping up. So let me finish talking about the tarot reading interpretation of what's going on here, right? Because I said that this card reminded me of the Iraqi mobilization, but then I had different ideas about what it might mean. So let's just show you that. Let's backtrack a bit, show you that Iraqi mobilization, or at least what is probably that. This was December 3rd.
یار سفر کرده گرچه ز تو دوری حس میکنم نگاه که نزدیک ظهوری ای نور که کعبه شده دلتنگ از آنت مردان جهادن همه منتظرانت این لشگر عشقت که پر همت و عزمت اشاق همه یک به یک آماده رزمت در معرکه سنگی بگوی ای یار سفر کرد.
So that's what I thought about when I first saw that card. That where is this fucking mute button thing here? Oh no, I pressed pause. Okay. So at first I thought that is what this Knight of Wands was about. That hey, you know, there's this on the way as a possibility to maybe step in, but there was something off about that interpretation, so I was like, maybe it means something else. So I didn't release this, and I didn't put this in the brain database at the time. And so this was the card for the present situation. As the blitzkrieg was happening, this was the card I got for the present. And again, this card is not that bad, even though there's like looting and stuff like that, and whatever. You saw that prison break video where there was even a child in that prison, and too many people for one room and stuff like that, and it's just so it is what it is, but it is a problem. It is a problem. It's a problem for many reasons. But it was at least not a bloody situation, as much as it otherwise could have been. And that's a good thing. then you know, the King of Pentacles is what I got for the card for the future. So I don't know how far into the future that would have been, but this card is good for stability. You got the Taurus bull here, and Taurus is a fixed sign. It's about Earth, it's about practicality, about stability. And you know what? The planet Uranus has been in Taurus for years. Here's the current chart, and here's Uranus is at the 24th degree, which that's a Pisces degree. So that you can look at that as either in the martyr context, like with other situations, or as being illusions and subjective, and it's too much of the where is it? This type of thing. So I don't know, but you know, with Venus overlapping with that Uranus, and bringing a harmonious component to all this revolutionary energy, I think that has to be acknowledged. You know, Venus will not exit Aquarius until let's pull up this 2025. So until January 2nd. So maybe yet another reason. But okay, so Pisces is the hippie though, and they're tired. So and for the warlike energies, hopefully that'll. But you know, but again, Pisces is also the martyr, so it could go either way. But that harmony that Venus brings, and that symmetry, that beauty, that is, and that diplomacy, that is gonna be in Aquarius until January 2nd. So that's why I say, like, that's another reason to view December as a number 2 month. You know, Christmas coming up, 2 being about the family and the home. And so yeah, Mars will leave that volatile Leo so in January 6th, as is continuing to retrograde, and that means it will go back to Cancer, which is about that home and family, but and the ancestors and a home cooked meal and all that. But it's also, again, brings a risk of subjectivity and being too much victim mindset. So, but it's territory that Mars was already at as it approached Leo before it got into the retrograde. So it's going to be us continuing to reanalyze and re-pivot and reconfigure how we handle conflict situations, because Mars does not like to be in Cancer. And the other thing is, Cancer is the opposite of Capricorn, which is connected to the year's energy, as I mentioned so much already. So people who could not do the Universal Year 8 attributes of grabbing the bull by the horns, and you know, the bull is more Taurus, but still, you know, being ambitious and determined and competing and being disciplined and all that. If you don't do that, then you might be more inclined to do the opposite of that, which is that Cancer energy. So if there was a time for the Cancer energy to be misused, I would say this month is probably one of those times. So that's something to watch out for. As I said, like no matter how harmonious the situation is with this HTS and whatever, I think it's more time will tell about how harmonious it will remain. And but anyway, let's get back to the thing about the number 23 here that I'm trying to show. Right after I finish talking about this, I guess, which is stability. This card shows a lot of stability, regardless of what you want to say about it. Even if it's too materialistic, even if it is too stubborn, too values oriented. You know, Taurus is the sign of the dictator. You know, Hitler was a Taurus, but it's not like it. I like seeing this card a lot better than I would have liked seeing something like the Tower card. You know, like definitely. So so that's my thoughts on that. Is there anything else I wanted to say about that? Yeah, I wish the Syrian people the best. I really hope whatever ends up happening is for the best. A lot of this stuff as it's unfolding, it makes me feel like a deer caught in the headlights. It's really annoying. Is really, really annoying. But I want to let you know why I was not surprised by the events, too. Even though they catch me as like a deer hitting the headlights, I want to show you what my thinking process was, and that was basically that the number 23 is associated with the royal star of the lion. And let me pull that number up again here. This is by no means a finished database. It'll never be finished, but it's a number 5 number because 2 plus 3 is 5. So here's 23, and like I said, November 20th. Well, okay. Before I get into that, let's get back into the ladybugs thing because that was pretty weird and interesting. So here's the article. Because here's the thing, like even a year before I read this article, which is titled "They Are Literally Everywhere Right Now: Ladybugs, Asian lady beetles invading homes in Southern Ontario." And I don't live too much in the south of Ontario. I'm in Ottawa, but I saw a lot of these, a lot more than usual around where I live too, and it was weird. But I had seen them like a year prior, at least one or two of them, not nearly as one, not one or two, but probably more than one or two. But basically, the previous year when one landed on me, I was like, "Whoa, that was weird," and just the timing of it made me want to look it up and be like, "Is it good luck if a ladybug lands on you?" And it turns out it was. And some people even count how many spots are on the ladybug that landed on them, and they try to make predictions about how many weeks or months, something like that, in advance a certain good luck event will happen and whatever. All I know is when I did have that ladybug land on me, or the backpack that I had that was in front of me, or whatever it was, I did have good luck shortly after that. So that when I saw this article, it stuck in my mind, and I was like, okay. And then the fact that it was on the 23rd, that was when it was originally published. It appears here. It says it was updated the 25th. But so anyway, I saw that, right? And then I started to be like, well, let me look up the numerical value of the word ladybugs. And wouldn't you know it, it is 23 in the Chaldean cipher, one of the most popular ciphers, like I said. So, and this is a cipher that omits the number 9. And wow, I just noticed this now. I don't know if I caught this before, but you know, 3.141 are the first numbers of pi, that infinite number that people make holidays and movies about, and I released like a 5.5-hour video about in Amir's Gematria Adventures. And look at this, the L is 3, the A is 1, the D is 4, the Y is 1. So the first numbers of pi are already in this ladybugs word. And it also ends up being 23. And the article about the ladybugs was released on the 23rd. And I mentioned that this is the royal star of the lion. Lion means Assad, or Assad means lion. And that syncs up with the events in Syria involving the number 23 and 29 a lot, because that 29, by the way, is in the same category as 47, as I said, because they're both moon numbers. And you look at the word Asian lady beetle, and Asian lady beetles, plural, and that ends up being 47 in Chaldean. So that's almost further confirmation of all this stuff with the 29 that I always talk about, right? Like I said, the word Syria equals 29 in the keypad cipher. 29th degree is a Leo degree. Leo rules the heart. Assad means lion. Syria is said to be the heart of the Middle East, and apparently, if we go by that date of the January 1st to be there when they got liberated from the French, that's more of the number 1, and all that Leo energy that was in that chart too. You can't forget about that. And then and as I said, ladybugs are considered good luck. Well, then when bear with me. So there we go. Abundance, right? Remember I mentioned that? We say about luck attracting abundance. That sounds like luck. Good luck sounds like luck. So there you have it. And like we said, the highest vibration of all numbers, giving abundance and protection. And so with this 23, this is this article was October 23rd, right? And that was universal month 9. And 9 is also what you find in the word ladybug if you take out the S. If you just do 1, you get 27, right? Ladybug, 27. Syria, 27. So there's that. And also it ends up being 20 in the Chaldean cipher, which when you look at that, when I saw that, we hadn't yet reached the universal month 2, but it brought to my mind the 2 is about balance, and this world war situation this is amid an unbalanced world war situation. 2 is about balance, so it's almost like it was this ladybug stuff was almost like a hint from the universe to not only be brave and remember that you have some sort of protection in terms of right here it says divinely protected, but the world war situation, it was unbalanced. It's like I said, the Russia unleashed Oreshnik, and it didn't seem to give the Western powers the reality check that it should have. And they just keep going, pushing, egging on, going forward, pushing all the time. They don't stop. It's like so that is one thing. Now you have this, like I said, this is a mid-universal month 9. 9 is Mars and Pluto energy, and Mars is war. So and all this stuff about with the royal star of the lion is royal. Is that Leo the king, right? And a lot of people sort of view Trump as their king. A lot of people viewed maybe Assad as their king. So, when you see this story come up, and you see also the word Turkey equals 28/1, and it equals 20/2, so there's that 2 again with Turkey. And then you see that Turkish defense minister announced the bombing of 47 sites. Again, that 47 in the same category as 29 and 38. Remember I said Hezbollah equals 38. Well, and by the way, Hezbollah also equals 44/8. So that's a huge reason why a lot of the let me show you like this. So here's Hezbollah 44, which is 4 + 4, which is 8. Let me make this a little smaller. And then Turkey. Hold on. Turkey is 44 in the reverse if you reverse the alphabet. And also the word holy shit is also 44 if you don't reverse the alphabet. So and like I said, that pager attack against Hezbollah and the citizens of Lebanon. I mean, if you're going to make a pager explode in a grocery store, then what the fuck you call that? But that terrorist attack, rather, that happened against the Lebanese people via Israel happened in, as we said, the September 17th, right? Pager attack, number 7. Not number 7, sorry. The pager attack happened on the number 8 month in the number 8 year. That very karmic time, and at a time that was very close to that partial lunar eclipse So, lunar, the moon. Um, so, so, so yeah, like I said, the word turkey ends up being the word turkey ends up matching the word confused, right? I showed that before. Hold on. Yeah, there we go. Septenary cipher. It's 33. And of course, all this stuff about the Pisces energy that I mentioned, right? Hezbollah matches the word Neptune. Neptune rules Pisces. Well, the word Pisces also is 23 in the Chaldean cipher, but also matches the word confused via the KFW Kabbalah cipher, this one right here. So the word turkey matches confused, and the word Pisces matches confused, and the word Pisces equals 23, and Pisces is ruled by Neptune, which ends up being 38, which matches the word Neptune, which matches the word Hezbollah. So it's very, very interesting seeing these things unfold, and it's not just these, it's not just the 23 in terms of all this stuff I showed you here, and all the stuff with like the November 23rd from the Sykes-Picot agreement, or the here you had recently in Toronto, November 12th, 23 people are in custody after at least 100 shots were fired in exchange of gunfire outside Toronto recording studio. So there's more of that number 23. There was also when this number came across my radar was also shortly after the September 23rd, which I'll get back to that, right? I mentioned September 23rd was this, for example, unsafe Russia fighter jet maneuver near Alaska. Other things happened, and I also saw here Syrian President Bashar al-Assad orders facilitation for Lebanese citizens amid Zionist aggression. That was September 23rd. Yeah, that was. Let me see which. That was from DD. Yeah, that was tweeted the 23rd by DD, and then shortly after all these things that happened on the 23rd, like U.S. is sending more troops to the Middle East as violence rises between Israel and Hezbollah. That was the 23rd of September from LA Times here. So all these things happened on the 23rd. Has Israel hacked Lebanon's telecom networks? That was September 23rd. You see why the bravery of the number 23 and would come in handy when all this weird shit like this is happening? Right, hacking and stuff like that, that's total mad scientist shit. That's what it is. You know, and I wouldn't even have been able to make this picture without AI art and all this Pluto Aquarius energy that I'm talking about. So get ready for a lot more of that in terms of the next 20 years. It's going to be almost impossible to predict. When Neptune gets, or when the planet that rules Aquarius, which is Uranus, gets into Gemini, that's an air sign that's just like Aquarius. They're both air. So that's going to boost a lot of the speed at which things change for sure, even though Aquarius doesn't like change, but Aquarius is innovative. So what they bring brings change. So you had that, you had the facilitation of the Lebanese citizens, you had anti-Zionist Orthodox Jews are brutally beaten by Zionist forces for steadfastly refusing to serve the genocidal Israeli army. So if all these things like happen on the same day, how do you not pay attention to this number? That's what I want to know. Yes, I do hate ads. Okay. I may have shown this in a previous video, but I don't know. Let's watch it again. See, so who is really the racist one here? Is it the Jews against the Jews, or the Palestinians that just don't want a genocide on them? Don't want to be bombed while they're in tents. So, okay, so that happened. That came on my radar, and let me close this for RAM purposes. All right. I need to hit some more of this weed because I don't have the energy to get up and make tea. So yeah, there was the terrorist attack on October 23rd, which gave Turkey a pretext to attack many sites in Iraq and Syria. The same day we saw that. Is this freezing again? Is this seriously freezing again? Oh my god. Here we got Israel's operations in Lebanon yesterday. Residents of 23 villages in southern Lebanon were issued an evacuation notice and urged to move north. That was October 19th. On Tuesday, the Middle East director of the United Nations Refugee Agency said that around a fifth of Lebanon's population has fled their homes, and about a quarter of the country is under Israeli military evacuation orders. That was when another instance of the 23 popping up on my radar. And here I got quite a few interesting things happen on September 23rd. This was a time when the astrological aspect that was most in our face was Venus square Pluto within a 1 degree orb. That aspect having been exact on the 22nd. So, I don't want to lose my highlights that I have here, so maybe I'll just go like this, and we'll go to October, and to September rather, and you'll see that when we go to September 23rd, which is the date that I'm talking about, you see a Venus square Pluto. Venus is harmony, Pluto is power and control issues. Right, and that's why this happened also September 23rd. I showed it before, but I'm going to show it again just for the sake of the overall context. Okay, it's not there, it's more likely here. hopefully one day I'll get a microphone that's not so AMSR like. Anyway, let's watch this. Let me pause the music. So yeah, that's definitely lack of harmony. That's definitely, intense. That Pluto, provocative Pluto, intense kind of shit. So it's how could you not see all these things happening on the 23rd and not have that drilled into your head that this number keeps popping up again and again. I don't know, and then of course even 2 days after September 23rd, like I said, there was this. At least 23 Syrians, most of them women and children, were killed in an Israeli strike on a 3-story building in the Lebanese town of Yunin late on Wednesday. Ali Kousas, the town's mayor, told Reuters. Kousas said another 8 people were wounded. So, okay, so anything else here? A large Boeing. Now this one, not sure when it exploded. This large Boeing satellite that suddenly exploded into pieces, as the company calls a total loss, but it was tweeted about on the 23rd. So I'll just pop it up here. Why not? So Rosler has tweeted, a Boeing satellite belonging to multinational service provider Intelsat mysteriously broke apart in geostationary orbit over the weekend. According to an official update, an anomaly caused the satellite known as IS-33E to be destroyed, resulting in what the company calls a total loss. The exact cause of the breakup remains unclear. The U.S. Space Force announced it is tracking around 20 pieces of debris, but noted no immediate threats. The satellite, which weighed 14,600 pounds and was roughly the size of a minivan, was designed and manufactured by Boeing Space Systems and launched in 2016. It provided broadband services, including internet and phone communications, to parts of Europe, Africa, and most of Asia. That was tweeted 4:27 p.m. October 23rd. So even if one of these is not on the 23rd, it's still weird, right? That all of these are popping up. And this was later in November 12th, this 23 people thing, but the fact that the word ladybugs equals 23 and the word ladybug equals well, whatever, I'm not going to go through all this shit again. So yeah, you can see that why this number would be underlined. And then when I saw later, after the fact, after the fall of the Syrian regime, or really close to it, me finding this stuff, it's like, wow. So I don't know. I don't know what else to say about this, other than, let me see if I got anything more in my notepad here about this stuff. Right, Republic of Turkey, born October 29th in 1923, as I may have mentioned earlier, and that is that would have been a Life Path 9 date. It would. Let me double check that right now, like just for fun. have that 100% clear how I wrote this in my notes, but October 29th, 1923. Yeah, the number 9. 18/9. And so, yeah, October 29th would have been Scorpio season, and that Scorpio is ruled by Mars and Pluto, and they're connected to the number 9, those two planets. So, no matter how you slice it, this stuff is people have to have if the number 9 is, and that boiling point 29 is coming up this much, like animals equals 29 and 18, and the 18th tarot card, the moon, has a bunch of animals on it, and then you had that law in Turkey that was passed about animals, and you have, you know, all this stuff here. Republic of Turkey, born October 29th. You have the word France equals 29, the word the word Syria equals 29, and I think even the word Russia, right? You know, let's look at it. Maybe different ciphers, but you know, France equals 29, and also 47, by the way, but 29 in Pythagorean / full reduction. Syria equals 29, as I said, in the keypad, and Russia equals 29 in the septenary cipher, the one that's based on the number 7. So, and that's interesting given that Putin is a life path 7, right? That 7 excels in the sciences. That fits well with the Oreshnik, with that being connected to the number 9, which is connected to Pluto energy, which is giving us a lot of innovative Aquarius energy over the next 20 years. So people would be wise to stop underestimating how much change can come and how fast it could come. And that 9 does, like I said, lend itself to the technocracy a lot. Right? Number 9. Technocracy. Right? They're both the same. They're both 52. Which is also government. 52. So it lends itself to both situations. Technocracy is shitty. You could put the EU in the category of technocracy a bit, you know, and that's, you know, the Western world's very soulless. That's just what it is. You feel like you're dealing with a robot. If you tell someone, hey, look at this, we just launched a Brezhnev missile in Ukraine. It's got the same power as a nuclear bomb, but not a nuclear bomb because you got no radiation, and then it doesn't change much in the mindset of the West. Like, what the fuck? Are you serious? What does that tell you? That tells you that there's something inside the people in this empire, this dying empire, that really they got to make transformations. This is getting ridiculous. This is getting ridiculous. So I think you know, and as this situation happens, which maybe ends up impacting the axis of resistance. Remember I said that guy, that CEO who got shot, Brian Thompson, that his name equals 70, misspelt there, Brian Thompson, and that he was seen as a greedy big boss, and that's 70. Well, isn't it interesting that this story dominates like the Western headlines a lot at a time when the Syria stuff is kind of going on too. I don't know how far apart I forget how far apart these events are, but and then you find that the word axis of resistance also equals 70 in full reduction. So yeah, Brian Thompson equals 70 in reverse full reduction, and axis of resistance equals 70 in full reduction. So, you know, it just, it's interesting, these things happening. Like I said, a lot of this stuff is culmination. A culmination of, like I said that, I pointed out earlier in another video that the worldwide IT outage, which involved CrowdStrike, happened around the time of the 29-degree Neptune. Well, Neptune entered Pisces, the sign that it's in 2011, the same year that CrowdStrike was formed. So that's another reason not to overlook this stuff. Like 29, where is it? I was thinking maybe 29 degrees. No, what am I thinking of here? There's something I wanted to yeah, boiling point. 29 degree is a boiling point, and that's 70. Right? There's a boiling point is when things evaporate, right? Evaporation. I pointed this out before, but evaporation is 47 here. It's like 29. All this stuff with the 29, like literally everything that's happening. Ohio, bully. America's the bully. That I mentioned before. The word 29 has the same gematria as the word Colin Gray. The word Colt Gray equals 29. And yeah, the word numbers and wisdom and mastery and the end and last are all 29. And on the negative end, like the, you know, sheeple and zombie. So, you know, literally everything unfolding ends up being about that number. And I guess one way you could interpret that is like I said, that 29th degree, well, one way is 2 plus 9 is 11, so it's a moon number, but the moon tarot card is connected to Pisces, which is the last zodiac sign and ruled by Neptune. So plus the word lunar has the same gematria as the word Saturn and the word moon, if I remember correctly. So there's overlap with all these planets that people don't see, or they would be wise to try to figure out, because it makes things a lot less confusing when you stop trying to see things in black and white. But I admit it's easier for someone who's got a lot of Gemini energy, for example, like I have in my 10th house, to be able to juggle different interpretations at once of a thing. So whatever, but yeah, that's what it was. The word anaretic degree. Anaretic degree, there we go, that's 70. That's what I was trying to find earlier, my bad. So boiling point equals 70, anaretic degree equals 70, and axis of resistance equals 70. Like, things have reached a boiling point. If you're going to cause a genocide for a year, and any kind of global institution that's supposed to be responsible for taking care of that shit does nothing or is impotent, like the ICJ and the ICC, then that's boiling point. Because if you have a situation that's that unsafe, that prolonged, it reflects badly on humanity. It shouldn't make anyone anywhere feel safe. And then you combine that with the with people doing this vigilante justice and this A Clockwork Orange type vibes in the U.S. and whatever. Regardless of what you want to like, you know, it's weird stuff. Everything that's happening is a bit too much, and I would recommend that people take advantage of this universal month to try to avoid seeing things in too subjectively, because that's the number 2, the moon Cancer type energy. And again, we're approaching Capricorn season, which is the opposite of Cancer. And that reality check energy, which is inherent in 2024, is coming to an end. And like I said, if people couldn't get with the roll up your sleeves and do hard work energy of this year, a lot of them, maybe you might find them on the more subjective side of that number 2 energy, the Cancer energy, the Cancer moon energy. And you know, Islam is heavily connected to the moon, so yeah, make of that what you will. And it's connected to Saturn too, actually. All the monotheistic religions connected to Saturn. So I think that's a big reason for how much of a religious tone a lot of the situations this year took. Or I don't know if I'm describing that correctly or whatever, but let me just I think I'm coming to the end of this presentation. You know, we're let me see if there's any final thoughts I want to make about this shit. Like with all the 23 stuff, there's that need for bravery, and we have we went through some of the hardest part of the year with that 6.5 month 29-degree non-stop stuff. And even though next year is a number 9 year, and you got heavy stuff like 2 heavy long-term planets gonna switch signs, a lot of transformation, you're not gonna have at least 6.5 months of 29-degree shit. That's not gonna happen next year. So as I said, some of the dates to watch out for in terms of the Mars retrograde are right here, like December 12th, January 3rd, January 15th, January 23rd, and for 2 reasons, and February 3rd. You know, like without looking at the other stuff, like if I know that January is going to be a universal month 1, then that's going to be February is going to be 2, and then March will be 3. So this 3, if you look at the last 3, the last time we had universal month 3, that was you know, that 3 connected to Jupiter and Venus energy, and yeah, there was weird shit like teens charged with murder and stabbing outside Halifax Mall. That's horrific. But that stabbing occurred April 22nd, apparently. This was, I forget why I have this in, hold on. Oh wait, no, that is April. Okay, my bad, I just had a brain fart. Okay, so that's one thing that stood out, but What? Hold on a sec. I think I spotted something. Universal month 1. Yeah, okay, never mind. No, that was yeah, it's in my mind. I was like, okay, I had the brain app in my phone the other day, and I didn't open the app, but maybe I had it not unlocked, so I opened it by accident, and I saw it in there, and I was like, I thought I just detected any possible fuck up or whatever that I might have by not knowing that my phone was unlocked. Maybe I fucked something up, so I thought I just saw that. But anyway, moving on. So this month, like number 3 is Jupiter energy, which is expansive, and that April 2024 was expansive. But you know, and of course you had the Sydney shopping center knife attack too. That's not expansive. But and you had the Israel bombs Iranian embassy in Damascus. That's not expansive. But that anything to do with embassies is like also fits with that Jupiter Sagittarius energy. So that's like foreign lands, right? Like I said before, foreign cultures, and you did have a lot of people still protesting with the encampments at that time for Palestine, and you did have at that time also the UN human rights chief condemned the police state response to the student protests. That also happened. That was on a Tuesday, by the way, also. And yeah, I mean this was April 8th was the solar eclipse, so that made this time a little bit more volatile than it may have been. But my main point is that yeah, a lot of things to do with faraway lands happened at that time, or a lot of things that would like there was the Ecuador storms Mexican embassy to arrest former Vice President of Ecuador George Glass. And I think, yeah, in a previous video I showed that how people were pointing out that this was the same as Israel bombs Iranian embassy in Damascus. In other words, bombing embassies is not cool, and that's not something that people normally do that much. Like it's kind of weird, and so it would raise discussions about whether this was even legal or not. So that was a thing, and again with the UN human rights chief condemning that's anything to come out of global government kind of thing based on human rights laws and stuff like that, that would also fit with the number 3. So my point is, I think March 2025 is going to be hopefully you know, less confusing than the subjective number 2 month, universal month of the previous one there, the February, which would be less volatile or aggressive than the January 2025. So that's something I guess to look forward to. Just from the numerology level here, I haven't looked at everything else, but you know, usually the numerology corroborates the astrology. That's just how it works. So, and I think I've shown you enough of that. So, yeah, the closing statements, I guess, would be. Yeah, let me just smoke a hit of weed so I can. Yeah, actually, did I even... I hope I did remember to mention that in terms of the universal year 1982, I mentioned that this was a time when, or I hope I mentioned that this was a time when the Constitution of Turkey itself was born. So it's not just that you had the Republic on the 29th of October 1923, 2 plus 9 is 11, which is 1 plus 1, which is 2. So it's not just that you have the 2 there. It's not just that you have the 2 via the name of Turkey in the Chaldean cipher. It's also that their constitution was literally born in a number 2 year, because 1 plus 9 plus 8 plus 2 is 20, which is 2 plus 0, which is 2. So there's that. There's also the fact that it's synchronous that Turkey's modern constitution was born the same year as that of Canada. Canada is kind of a melting pot. Apparently, the Ottoman Empire roots of Turkey was also a melting pot. So that's interesting. So yeah, the both of these melting pots kind of solidified in 1982. And then fast forward to now, Universal Month 2, and one of these melting pots has caused a lot of trouble in the Middle East now. Regardless of how you want to look at it, hindsight is 2020. People might be in celebratory mode now. Let's see how it works out, because we all know this. We all see the echo of the Iraq War days with the taking down of Saddam's statue, and how this looks like what's happening now with Assad. So let's hope that this time around, over the next month, that harmonious energy of Venus will help ensure things are harmonious with any revolutionary kind of liberation-oriented activities. And yeah, let's hope cooler heads prevail with all this non-stop World War stuff. I mean, it's exhausting to keep up with all the events on a daily basis with this stuff. It really is. It really, really is. But at the same time, when it does hit home and it's about your own shit, if it's directly impacting you, then it's an opportunity to make transformations. Put endings. The number 9 is about endings. Now, of course, everything I'm saying about the universal year numbers is not the same as what your personal year number may or may not be. So keep that in mind. You all have a personal year number unique to you, and it may or may not be the same as the current year number. It's probably not, but there's a chance it is. But so for me right now, I'm on a personal year 7, whereas the universal year number is 8. So although 8 is ambitious and determined, for example, number 7 is more about being analytical or being in the background a little bit, or taking time to relax. So anyway, next year is that number 9, and it is easier to deal with that energy of completion if you're more practical, and it is a time when it's about endings. It's not just about endings about wars. It's endings pertaining to certain attitudes you have, certain relationships, certain places you like to visit, or things you like to do, habits, whatever. It's all about endings next year. But at the same time, that paves the way for the networking and for the humanitarian stuff to really be acted upon in a different way than it did in the past, because Pluto is about transformation. And for better or worse, people will be obsessed with humanitarianism, hopefully for the right reasons. but sometimes things have to get worse before they get better, right? Like, and that Scorpio being connected to the Death Tarot card, uh, uh, sometimes you can't give, like, Aries is about birth, and Aries and Scorpio are kind of in the same category. So, but Aries is extroverted and starts the springtime, and Scorpio is introverted and stubborn, and so, but also very deep and goes deep, and so now is an opportunity, and leading up to next year is an opportunity to like, this year is about reality checks, and then next year is going to be that Mars Pluto energy. So if you didn't get the reality checks in terms of what's on the ground and what boundaries people defined and stuff like that, well, maybe the number 9 being connected to Pluto, which rules Scorpio, and Scorpio is water, and Scorpio is a really good detective, and Scorpio can have a good intuition. So if the moves you or others around you made wasn't enough to give you the reality checks, you might have to learn in an intense way, or a hard way, or a very transformative way, or unfortunately maybe more volatile way, but next year, but hopefully not. You know, that's why Pluto in Aquarius, that can be too much in your head. Aquarius is the mad scientist. That's why this number 23 is popping up so much, because it's the royal star of the lion. Even though 2 plus 3 is 5, which is connected to Mercury, which rules Gemini and Virgo, you still got the word lion in there. So, yeah, that brings to mind that bravery and that Leo, those Leo attributes, and that the leadership that needs to happen. You cannot afford to think that, you know, I'm like, for example, like, I'm avoiding TikTok. I don't know, man. Like, everybody else, like, is like, okay, well, you got to use it. You got to use the language of what people use. And you're talking to a guy who avoided Facebook for like 9 years, and I'm 39 years old. So, sometimes things move too fast, and there's nothing wrong with pulling back a bit. That doesn't mean, like, you know, only sit in your tub and just have your incense and just block out all this stuff that's happening, because everything's connected. You could try your best to do that, but, like, we are closer to nuclear world war than ever. So, you know, on the one hand, you could be like, okay, well, that's the reason why you should be in that tub just relaxing, because fuck it, right? But on the other hand, maybe you're going into that tub because you're escapist, and you would be less escapist if you were more grateful, or more understanding that every minute that you're alive, that you're not dead in a nuclear war, is a good minute. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I don't like to be too much in doom and gloom mode about this stuff. It's just really strange times that we're living in, and a lot of things are unpredictable, and this U.S. dying empire is starting to be a real buzzkill in a lot of ways, and I don't know what else to say. I'm just gonna leave it at that, man. I'm exhausted, and gotta put this video out and all that. So hopefully you found this informative. Hopefully it gave you a peek into why I was not surprised by the events that unfolded. And why there was so much attention on Assad and the number 1, or I'll put it this way: so much attention on Assad as we were in a number 1 year. I mean, a number 1 fucking hell. So much. Hopefully, this gave you a peek into why I was not surprised that there was so much attention on Syria and Assad near the end of this universal month one. Remember, the word Syria equals 27. The largest offensive that the rebels did was on November 27th, the largest one in years. And then it culminated in the number 2 month, which was heavily connected to the energy of Turkey, and how people were saying that nobody can trust Turkey anymore, and how people were saying that Assad was maybe being too hesitant about stuff and whatever, about certain deals that he could have made or some shit like that. Or yeah, anyway, so fucking hell, when the music's gone I can't think straight. There we go. All right, so like I said, to recap, Syria's birth involved the number 1 when they got rid of the French, or at least had that Sykes-Picot agreement stuff, whatever. Or hold on, I have this. Remember here, January 1st, 1944. Was that the Sykes-Picot? I'm not sure if that was the Sykes-Picot. Hold on. So that was possibly different. I forget which what it was. Let me track down what that thing was. Hold on. Okay, that may have been Evacuation Day, because that's listed here as January 1st, 1944, and that's what this is, January 1st, 1944. So I have that down here as Evacuation Day. With the fall of France in 1940 during World War II, Syria came under the control of the Vichy government until the British and Free France invaded and occupied the country until July 1941. Syria proclaimed its independence in 1941, but it was not until January 1st, 1944 that it was recognized as an independent republic. With the advent of the Levant crisis in 1945, prompted by a British invasion authorized by Sir Winston Churchill, the French evacuated the last of their troops on 17 April 1946. The French regime had proposed to depart on April 18th, Good Friday in 1946, but Syrian officials opted for a slightly earlier date to avoid holding ceremonies on the Christian holiday. So this evacuation day was the 17th of April, I guess, and yeah, there you go. The residents of Damascus burning French books on the eve of on the eve of France's evacuation from Syria, April 17th, 1946. Yeah. But at any rate, we got here January 1st, 1944 as the date it was recognized as an independent republic. So, that was. I think I found that's one of the things I found after the fall of the Assad regime, I think, or on the way to that. But as I said, the word, or the number 1 is connected to the sun, which rules Leo, and the word Assad, it means Leo, or the word Assad means lion. And that lion bravery is needed to counteract the getting lost in the group and being too much in your head. and being too much about the networking and too lofty and too elitist and all that. So that is I think that's a reason that not only is this happening and this is in focus in the country that is the heart of the Middle East, and heart has the same letters as Earth, by the way, and we're in a very earthy kind of year, right? But even all the stuff with like I said, with the Trump energy, and he's got a lot of Leo energy. So for better or worse, these people are coming up to give you an example of what should be going on. Maybe they're the shittiest possible example for the job, but it still fits in with these archetypes, and it still reminds me of the fact that there's heavy Leo energy piercing through it, and I've put out videos in the past of more examples of this, and solidifying this point even more, I think. But yeah, it's just needed when you see the rising crime and like 16-year-old kids stabbing each other and stuff like that. The stuff like that happens more and more here in like Canada and the U.S. and whatever. Like, it's just too much. And you know, one thing Pluto's good at is healing. So if people need to do that, well, do it now, because that wounded healer Chiron is gonna be you know, a lot of your competition, I'll put it this way, a lot of your competition is gonna be more able to compete on the 29th of December, when Chiron is stationary. People will be slightly done licking their wounds, and they will be more ready to do being assertive or aggressive, even if it is a little fragmented. But again, watch out for these dates. That's all I gotta say in terms of the Mars retrograde. And as I said, anything that started near that is probably going to be fraught with complications, and it's going to be one step forward, two steps back, and right now people should hesitate to jump to conclusions one way or another. Even take everything I'm saying here with a grain of salt, okay? Because a lot of things are up in the air, and we're in the middle of Mercury retrograde. We are December 9th as I record this now. So over the next week, 2 weeks, things will start to be a lot more clear. But at the same time, that's on the way to Christmas, right? Like, so it's like people are busy, and that number 2 energy of this month, Universal Month 2, people are going to want to recharge their batteries at home and take a chance to regroup. And even though the harmony that's happening could be fake or whatever, at least it's harmony. At least there's some people trying to be diplomatic in whatever way possible. You need to use that for all it's worth before we get to the number 9 year next year. And it's not that I want to be doom and gloom. It's simply that it's simply that I saw how much October 2023 foreshadowed the next year, because they were both the number 8, Universal Month 8 and Universal Year 8. And now I'm thinking the same kind of thing might be happening with the Universal Month 9, foreshadowing the tone of the Universal Year 9. And if that's the case, then people really should count their blessings at this time. Have those transformations that they need to make. If they didn't make them enough in Scorpio season a while back, well, now we're coming to the end of that Sag season. And we got optimism. And you know, when the sun enters Capricorn, that's that winter solstice, December 21st. We're all in a winding down period right now. Even though it's still an extroverted sign of Sagittarius, optimistic, adventurous, eager to learn, eager to share, motivate. There's a shitload of that Aries energy still coming in 2025. So, and that Aries energy is prone to burnout. So, so definitely more of a reason to wind down slowly as we approach the end of this year. That's all I gotta say. I think. I mean, yeah, there's other things I want to say, but this has been way too long. I'm going to stop it right now. Thank you for watching. And if you want to contribute to this work, then feel free to hit the donate button at the top of potentnews.com, and then hit the PayPal button right there, and then donate whatever amount you want via PayPal. I should have eventually, when I get around to it. Pluto and Aquarius is making me try to get around to it faster to have a Bitcoin wallet again there, but for now all I got is the PayPal, so that's one way you can donate. And if you also wish to purchase a tarot reading or an astrology reading for $90 Canadian per hour, then feel free to send me a message on this contact form, and we'll get that organized. And so yeah, that's $90 Canadian per hour for a tarot reading or astrology reading, and that is more than double, I guess, what the Syrian generals were getting paid. If they were getting paid $40 for a month of military work, that's fucked up. So that should give you an idea of what's going on over there. And like I said, if you wish to support this work, purchase a tarot reading, purchase an astrology reading, or simply donate, because I'm not able to put out this work as often as I would like due to my Chiron in Gemini in the 10th house and my Lilith in Gemini in the 10th house. So bear with me, I do the best I can. And like I said, all the recent stuff with Syria, since I have family there, all this stuff has been hitting me like making me feel like a deer in the headlights. So that was a huge reason why I could not come out with a forecast for the Mars retrograde fast enough. But like I said, although it was tense leading up to that, very shortly after that we had a lot of that Venus in Aquarius energy that we now have. So hopefully things are going to be harmonious going forward and continue to be harmonious. That symmetry, balance loving Venus hopefully will mix well. You know, Venus connected to the number 6, so hopefully that will mix well with these number 2 energies. Right, it's connected to 6 via the Chaldean, and maybe if you go to the brain database, everything I mentioned today, by the way, is accessed by going to the brain button. Most of the things that I'm talking about are accessed by going to the brain button at potentnews.com, and if I have enough energy, I'll put a lot of the clips that I meant to put in this video, I'll put them accessible at that brain database, so that you'll easily find anything that I kind of talked about and whatever. And so yeah, just one last thing, that 6 energy, the Chaldean numerology connects that 6 to Venus, and the Chaldean connects the 6 to Venus, and the Pythagorean connects 6 to Jupiter, whereas the 3 is connected to Jupiter in Chaldean, and 3 is connected to Venus in the more newer Pythagorean. So anyway, I like to generally go with more of the Chaldean. And although this one here lists the Chaldean connecting 7 to only Mercury, and Pythagorean being connected to Neptune, I do think that when you look at the number 7 from professionalnumerology.com, and they look at a wide variety of numerology, and they have a particular, they do mention they have a particular focus on the Chaldean, and they connect that 7 to Neptune. So yeah, hopefully but as far as the number 6 goes, hopefully that's the kind of stuff we'll get, that any kind of humanitarian energies will be nurturing, will be protective, will be responsible, will be balanced, sympathetic, and instead of suffocating and savior complex and predictable and stuff like that. These are all positive and negative keywords associated with Life Path 6. And but yeah, the tone of the month though will be 2. Cooperative, adaptable, intuitive, romantic, fun, overly sensitive, withdrawn, easily offended, and like I said, wimpy, resentful. If you came to the end of this year and you didn't get enough done and you feel resentful about it, maybe not the best idea right now. And if we look at the number 2 here from Numerologist Pro, because we still got a whole 2/3 of this month left, this number 2 universal month, and you'll see soft, sensual, playfully romantic, playful and entertaining, people-oriented, and unbalanced is a codependent people pleaser. It's childish, constantly craving attention, spineless and dependent on others, and taking things too personally. This is not the time to take things too personally, but it is a time when, since it's connected to that moon Cancer energy, the people's ancestors will be really important to them, no matter what side of the war they're on. No matter what side of anything they're on, the home and family in whatever way that means for you is really important this month. So keep that in mind. And thank you for watching. And I'll see you next time.